Sunset on the canyon road, one arm out my window, left and didn't tell a soul. Where I'm headed, I don't know. Life is heavy lately, nothing seems to go my way these days. I feel the season changing, and I think it's about time I close my eyes and let it take me somewhere new tonight. Wherever the wind blows, I'll go. I'm not chasing it. Whatever tomorrow's gonna hold, I'll find my way. I've been spending so much time swimming up against the tide. Wherever the wind blows, I know it's better than where I've been. Moonlight on a back road drive, the last breath of late July. Watch the days turn into nights, but none of them were ever mine. Life is heavy lately, and good things can never stay that way. Feel the season changing, and I think it's about time I realized that I can still be someone new if I try. Wherever the wind blows, I'll go. I'm not chasing it. Whatever tomorrow's gonna hold, I'll find my way. I've been spending so much time swimming up against the tide. Wherever the wind blows, I know it's better than where I've been. Wherever the wind blows, I'll go. I'm not chasing it. Whatever tomorrow's gonna hold, I'll find my way in. I've been spending so much time swimming up against the tide. Wherever the wind blows, I know it's better than where I've been. It's better than where I've been. Wherever the wind blows, wherever the wind blows, yeah.
I've been dreaming so much lately about your face when you're smiling. It's the only thing that saves me. Hey, I don't know if I told you that I think you're beautiful, and how I can't wait to hold you. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down, and I don't know what I would do without you. Yeah, you pull me up when I'm falling down. Look into my eyes, you can use them as a mirror, baby. You're my ticket to paradise. Hey now, everything's alright. We've been longing for each other, and it feels like I'm on cloud nine. you. This is something that I know for sure. It's just something about you. I just want more. Tell me what you wanna do right now. Tell me what you wanna do tonight. I really don't care as long as I'm with you. Hey, now.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff.
I wouldn't change anything.
I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and it's unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
All of the things we went through.
You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day. You made my day.
Grab your juice, grab your vape, it's time to get this party started.
It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Long-term study.
vaping is safer than smoking.
Smoke-free world. Hello and welcome, everyone. Time for another episode of Mixin and Chillin with Hunky Vape and Kenny the Vaping Heed.
Hello. How are we all
Hey, his audio's working again this week. What a fantastic way to start out the day, let me tell you. I'm looking forward to it. I even got the microphone. I've been playing with this thing for 3 frickin' days before I finally got it to sound halfway decent. I hope you guys are enjoying it as much as Kenny has so far. He said it sounds better than the other one. So we'll see how it goes. I do have a microphone replacement ordered for it. See, the wife has a conference coming up, right? So she's been buying, she brought a dress, she bought some new shoes, she bought some new jewelry to go to this conference so she can look professional and, you know, top notch. Well, I figured if, you know, she can go and spend all this money on the dress and the shoes and the purse, well, I could buy a microphone, right?
Ooh.
Maybe. It's only $50.
You're going to end up in the doghouse again. You're going to end up in the doghouse again, man.
Nah, we're too focused right now on moving our camper from the gentrified campsite where they were going around, where all the water spigots are. They built a little box. They took 2x4s, right? Painted them brown and put this little foot-by-foot box underneath the water spigot and threw a little gravel in there. Make it look nice and pretty. It's no longer Rustic Acres. It's Glamping Central USA.
Oh, God.
What are they going to install? Satellite dishes next for every campsite?
Honestly, camping's supposed to be going, back to nature, live in the wild. You don't want fucking gas, central heating, electricity, and all that shit. That defeats the object.
Listen, I want to get just rustic enough where I'm away from all the city life, right? But I'm a spoiled bastard, okay? I'm going to be honest with you, all right? I love the air conditioning that we have in the camper. It's heated, so when we go out before the season starts, you've got a heater, you got a refrigerator, which died on us, but you got an ice chest at least, right, to store your food. You got a stove to cook it on if it's raining outside. Otherwise, you cook it on the grill outside. And the printer's even working today. The 60-watt guy. Hello and welcome.
Hello.
I really do love, you hate disposables, right? I'm telling you, this Robo Bar has been fantastic. Got two of these suckers here. This one, I can tell, is just about dead. If I leave it sit on the desk overnight, the flavor's still good. But if I, decide I want to chain vape this, you can tell that coil's going.
Oh.
So the review for that's going to be coming up this week. I've got that one done. And right before us today, right underneath here, you can see we've got the Steam Crave Aromomizer Plus V3 RDTA, brand new in the package. And we're going to compare that with the V2, and we're going to compare that with the Supreme Supreme V3. And I've got the original Supreme here on my desk too, so we can compare all these Steam Crave stuff and see the improvement on it. From my understanding, because I watched a couple of videos ahead of time, the only thing they added was under coil airflow.
Yeah, makes a hell of a difference.
So it's gonna make a massive improvement for flavor, because that was always my complaint with Steam Crave. In order for you to get decent flavor out of a Steam Crave Aromomizer Plus, you need to crank the wattage up on that sucker. Free Ride Vapor, hello and welcome.
That's kind of what they're built for. That's kind of what they were built for, power. You know what I mean? You don't run a Steam Crave cold. You've got to run it high power.
Listen, I love the Titan, man, and this dual mesh coil. You cannot find a more saturated vape that chucks the clouds like this sucker does.
Mm-hmm.
I truly love that Titan. I had to clean the thing out so I can get it re-wicked before this mesh goes. This is my third pair of mesh strips in there. So it is what it is, but we've got that for us today. I've also got some breaking news and advocacy because they got more bans going on. School's back in session, so that means all the PAVE moms have all this freaking free time while their kids are in school to go out there and spout their misinformation and get more and more freaking people to believe their crap. My wife got assaulted at work yesterday, verbally assaulted, because she was talking to this lady about vaping. And she's like, oh, no, my cigarettes are much better for your health than vaping. I tried that vaping shit. I got myself one of them disposables, and all I did was cough and hack. I can't do that. I went back to smoking, and now I don't cough anymore. Hey, moron, the reason why you're coughing is because your lungs are getting rid of all that crap you've been building up from all those years of smoking.
I beg the difference is not coughing while she's still smoking. She'll be getting up in the morning, that morning hack.
They don't count that, though. They only count the cough when you first take a drag of a vape. And guess what? The VG and the PG in there is a humectant, so it's going to moisten and loosen up all that tar that's built up in your lungs, because your lungs are going to try and get rid of it. But they don't understand the part of it. They don't care about the science. All they hear is the fear-mongering stories that are on the news and all the body part organizations scaring people, telling them it's worse for them.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids has now reallocated their money to different cities, and Cleveland is the new target in Ohio. Brunswick is talking about a tobacco ban, a flavored tobacco ban, aka vaping products, because there is no such thing as actual flavored tobacco leaves anymore. That was banned back when I was in high school. And it's not just Brunswick. They're actually talking about the whole city of Cleveland is talking about a flavored tobacco ban, which means no more vapes in Cleveland.
Yeah,
Anyway.
Vic, the Ragnar. Vic reckons the Ragnar's got better flavour than the Titan. Well, it's a slightly smaller tank, so it will have. But that's another good tank by Steam Clear, the Ragnar. I've got that. I do like that tank as well. It's awesome.
Listen, I learned that the hard way, you know, when I got this Kylan V3 is, you know, you got to be willing to push a little power to it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you can't just settle on, I'll just do it at 65. No, push that thing until you get the heat the same to match the airflow. Because when you get a lot of airflow, you need to have a lot of heat to get the same amount of flux that you get in your standard tank that you love so much. Vaping Bixes, they got a flavor ban coming to the Netherlands too.
I've got an Osiris, and I am running that. It's a 0.1 coil, and I'm hitting 125 watts. Beautiful.
Well, it's like last week.
Power.
Last week, you know, we sat there and cranked that sucker up there, and man, I was pushing over 100 watts. Yeah. Fantastic flavor. Holy cow, is the flavor good on that.
Awesome.
The Helheim.
Yeah. Awesome bit of kit, that, like.
There it is. I had that on my bedroom, and I had to bring it in there this morning.
Yeah, Vic said the Kylan V3 starts performing at 100 watts. Yeah. I mean, you can put a build in if you want to vape lower, but you know, you're not getting the true potential of the tank. You know what I mean? If it's
no, you get a fantastic potential of this tank. Come on, camera.
Yeah, exactly.
Single coil, 6 millimeter wrap. And man, I'm telling you, you can run this sucker at 50 watts and get just as good of a flavor as you can out of a dual coil, cranking that sucker way up near 100. The flavor is fantastic on that thing. But you got to get the heat and the airflow just right, and then find a way to adjust both of those to the way that you prefer to vape.
Yeah.
So
I've always been slightly warm. I don't like it get hot, but slightly warm.
Or I can piss you off and tell you just go buy yourself a direct-to-lung disposable like this one.
Nope.
There's nothing to figure out. You just pick the thing up and you take it and you use it. If this was available whenever I quit smoking, which, by the way, tomorrow makes 4 years non-smoker. 4 years. I was telling my wife last night, you know, you believe in 2 days I'm going to be 4 years combustion-free? 4 years a non-smoker? She's like, when I met you, I would have never believed that would ever happen. Because when she met me, I was smoking 3 packs a day.
7 years for me. 7 years since I last had a cigarette in my mouth.
Vaping is the only reason I'm a non-smoker.
Same here.
And if they completely banned vaping, I'd be a fucking smoker all over again. Not a doubt in my mind.
Do you know what it is? I've always wondered. I mean, there's a question you can throw out there, right? You've been vaping for so long and they suddenly banned it. Could you go back to cigarettes? Personally, I don't think I would. I'm not used to not having one. I don't think I would. I
wouldn't go back to it initially, but I'm sure there would come a day, you know, my mother passes away or best friend dies or something like that. And I would, under the circumstances of that stress, revert to the old habits of dealing with stress. And I would bum a smoke. And as soon as I bummed one, I'd buy a pack. And as soon as I bought a pack, I guarantee you I'd be a daily smoker again.
I don't know if I would. They don't disgust us anymore, but I just don't think I just didn't like them anymore. It's simple. I don't think I could. I'd probably like. There's probably other ways of dealing with your stress and that, but I don't think I would be. I'd probably get them maybe strangle somebody. I mean, that might work, but I don't think I'll have a cigarette.
Okay, there's your poll. If they completely banned vaping, would you go back to smoking, yes or no?
I don't think I would. It's because it's a habit. Because at the end of the day, it's a habit I broke.
Yeah, it's a habit you broke, but have you found a new coping mechanism for stress in your life? Or is that what you use vaping for now?
At the moment, it's vaping. But like I said, if to stop that, I'll probably just strangle somebody instead. That's better. I feel great now.
Listen,
just
when you get somebody that should have rather, when you get somebody that's that bad, and you know for a fact that life would be better today if somebody swallowed instead of let them get the right, circumstances for their existence to come to about.
Yeah.
It is what it is, I suppose.
I don't know. I mean, like they say an ex-smoker can always pick up a cigarette and just start again like that, but it's something that's never appealed. Even like times like when I went out and I forgot me vape and I went, or I've been to work once and I only took one vape out and the coils burned out and I thought, shit, but I went the whole day without the vape, which I'm quite surprised I've done.
I've done the same thing before.
I was working. Yeah, but I was working, I was busy, I was occupied, you see, so maybe that was probably the reason why I managed.
Okay, so then take it to the next step. Try this one day, just out of curiosity. Go to work and don't take a spare set of batteries. Don't take any extra e-liquid. So when your tank is empty, it's empty. Now, I know you can get through the rest of the day, but my question is, can you go eat a meal and go to bed that night without touching a cigarette?
A cigarette, yes.
Even with your wife smoking around you?
Yep. It doesn't bother us at all. I've been offered cigarettes. People have said, yeah, put that down here, get a proper smoke. Nope.
Oh, no. If I have my vape, there's no question about it. I will never turn to smoking.
No. But, you've got people who have quit smoking long before this came along and they've managed, so, I think it can be done. It's up to you.
It is, to a certain extent, but I don't have enough faith in myself to be able to say that I wouldn't go back to it. Because I was already exposed to that situation where, I was DJing, the computer crashed, and there was a bunch of stuff that happened that,
I'm not saying that I wouldn't, but I'm saying that probably 95% would have. There'd be a small percentage, but generally I wouldn't. I would try my damned hardest not to.
Mate, I hope you never have to find out.
Nope. Oh, that's never going to happen. Why we've got bills and shit, that's never going to happen. Vapes are here forever, man, regardless. Just whether
I know they're forever here for me because I have everything I need to vape for the rest of my life without ever purchasing anything ever again.
There you go. Exactly, so there you go.
But
and then again, you've got black markets or the man, the fell off the wagon, shall we say, type of person.
Yup. All right, well, let's jump into the news. Let's get this out of the way.
Come on.
Because right before we started the stream, I happened to catch something on Twitter. It's going to fire anybody up. They say that they are banning all these disposables and banning vapes to protect the kids, right? So what are they doing to the kids that are caught vaping? Let's find out.
Shaking.
All right, as you guys saw in the intro, we did things a little bit different. I had to go do some work at the wife's salon, change some salon chairs around and put some inserts in there. And while I was down there and walking back to the car, I was astonished at the number of cigarette butts that were littering the street. All the way from the entrance to the salon, all the way down the road to where I had parked 3/4 of a block away. I got halfway to my car and said, you know what? I need to take pictures of all this because nobody would believe that this is what you could find in one city block. And it's not even walking all the way around the city block. This is just one side of one city block. All right? So I started halfway to my car, came back to the curb, went across the street, went down the other side to my car, and those are the pictures that you saw in the thing before. That's 300 plus cigarette butts, not including the ones that got washed down the sewer or the storm drains in one city block. It is the most polluted plastic item on the entire planet. And as we found out before, it takes 15 years for that to break down. Every single one of them. And 500,000 metric tons of them are added to waste in the environment every single year. So you can do the math and figure out how many's on the actual planet right now, laying on the ground somewhere.
This routine,
Come on. You're not going to want to load, are you? No, because it's time for another commercial. Utterly preposterous. And there's a bunch of music playing in the background in the National Geographic, so I'm not getting flagged for copyright content. But there's a link to the description to to this article in the description below if you want to check this out. It's a very, very, very informative 5-minute presentation about cigarette butts and how nobody's paying attention to them. Nobody's doing anything about it except for the people that love the ocean. Those are the only ones. They're going around the beaches and collecting them all and making a stink about it. But you never see any of that on the news.
Exactly.
And
not only the ones that's getting thrown away, obviously the ones that people have put in the bin. Imagine how many's in landfills that have like been disposed of correctly in bins and landfills. There must be millions in landfills.
Oh, it's unbelievable. And I'm going to switch the microphone for Kenny.
Huh.
Since everybody else is hearing the old microphone, which isn't going anywhere, I just want to eliminate it out of the one scene.
God, yeah.
Because the problem is when I'm facing this way, I need to bring it closer so that it sounds right. Anyway, from last week, we had Janik Oldsack, who's the CEO for Philip Morris International, right? And he made the plea because he was canceled from going to the World Health Organization symposium, right? He's got over 1 million views on that video that we watched last week.
Really?
What's it say when the CEO of Big Tobacco is begging and pleading everyone to adopt safer forms of nicotine consumption? We don't want to kill everybody on the freaking planet with our product. People are going to buy it. And he even said, you know, in the precursor to that we didn't show last week, that even if we decided to stop selling combustible tobacco, that doesn't mean people are going to stop smoking. Somebody else will pick up those sales and sell them their cigarettes. So what you need to have is a concerted effort for all of us to switch to a less harmful product. Tobacco harm reduction works. It's already proven. Vaping is much safer than combustible smoking. The only question is how much. But we already know for a scientific proven fact, it is much safer than smoking. So if we delay the transition, which will eventually happen, because just like, you know, who was the Vaping Bic pointed out, coworkers sometimes ask me for a smoke. and then I offer them a vape to take along in the truck. He's already converted 2 people to vaping, and another is still dual using, but smoking much less now. And we've already shown the scientific data. If you smoke less than 10 cigarettes per day, you're already improving your health outcomes. Not as much as you switch all the way to vaping, but it's an improvement in their health outcomes, which means they're going to live longer and have healthier life because of it.
Definitely.
So, did my weekly search for vaping news, and I'm like, okay, how much stuff am I going to have to wade through in order to find what I'm, looking for that isn't just smear propaganda campaign crap, right? This is page 21.
21.
20 pages of stuff that is nothing more than, teen vaping. This place is banning vapes. Vapes are horrible for you. It is so much worse than smoking cigarettes. They're all lies. The science doesn't support that argument anymore. And then I come across this one. Smoking ban. Rishi Sunak considers banning cigarettes in England.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't that the first story that came back?
It's bullshit. Just as.
So let's take a look at this. Published in National World, smoking ban. Rishi Sunak considers banning cigarettes for the next generation. Okay, so it's going to be a tiered prohibition. Any kid that's 16 years old now will never be able to buy combustible cigarettes for their entire life.
Pretty much what he's doing is like it's not so much than here and now, it's for the next generation.
Yeah. Which seems to be the most realistic prohibition, but it's not going to work because it's prohibition, and prohibition never actually works. It just means everybody buys it from the black market. But that's neither here nor there. UK Prime Minister is understood to be looking at measures similar to those brought in New Zealand last December, where the legal smoking age would steadily increase so that cigarettes would end up never being sold to anyone born after a certain date. According to one close ally, Sunak is said to hate smoking and wants to crack down on it, both in the interest of young people and the NHS. Guardian was the first to report this news and said that the possible policies form part of a new consumer-focused drive from the Conservatives ahead of the next general election, which is due towards the end of 2024.
Basically, what he wants to do to get the ball rolling is to hike the age up right to smoke. So it's like 18 now, might hike up to 21, and then the amount of time before will be 25, and then I think by the time he's 25, he's hoping to fizzle it all out altogether. He's doing the age increase thing to start it off.
That's what they did here. Trump signed the bill into law, and my son, who was serving in the military, who was 18 at the time, was no longer allowed to buy cigarettes. Effective December 31st.
Yeah.
So he's old enough to die for the country, but he's not old enough to choose what vice he wants to consume.
Yeah, that's the hypocrisy behind it, isn't it?
The world is filled with hypocrisy. Drives me insane. However, there still are some places in the world that tell you the truth. Here we have vapingfacts.health.nz discussing what are the risks of vaping. Well, the biggest risks of vaping are the unknown risks. Yeah, okay. What unknown risks? We've already got the science to show it's much less harmful for you. Just like Janet Golsack said, we know that it's safer. We just don't know how much safer. So why do you have to keep drilling into people's heads that we don't know what the biggest risks of vaping are yet?
I think the general consensus is here by some of the stuff I've seen over here is like apparently they still don't know the long-term health risks. And I'm thinking, hang on, we've been researching this shit for over 20 years. Do you not think we're now by now? Like, I mean, it only took.
Okay, so we don't know what it's going to be like after 75 years.
Yeah.
Okay, we know that it's, cannot exceed 5% the harms of cigarettes, but we don't know what 75 years of vaping is going to do to you. But we do know that it's a lot better for you than smoking. So why don't we focus on what the real damage is and worry about the maybes and what ifs, I don't know, after we eliminate combustible tobacco? Wouldn't that be the logical course of action?
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Not according to anybody that works at a body part organization or at any public health entity across the planet. Well, we don't know. We have to keep telling everybody we don't really know. Be merchants of doubt rather than champions of making people's lives better. But we do fortunately have New Zealand talking the facts to people. I don't know if you guys have seen this one before. This is what a doctor says to their patient when they go and they see them and they go, "Oh, you're a smoker? Well, let's talk. Let's have a conversation."
Kura. Yeah. Hi, my name's Murray Winiata, one of the doctors here. Can I take that one?
Yes.
Yeah. So, Kura, what can we do for you today?
Well, the thing is, Doc, don't be mad.
Right.
But I am a smoker. I would say I'm a social smoker, also known as a binge smoker, so I can not be smoking for a week and then in the weekend it all comes tumbling down.
It's interesting that you identify as a binge smoker because for the last sort of decade of my time as a smoker, so I used to smoke. Actually, that's how I would characterise my smoking. So I could go often several weeks at a time without a cigarette and then come the weekend, a few beers, pack a night, no problem.
Well, I've been trying to quit smoking.
Awesome.
And I've learned a lot about vaping. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience switching from smoking to vaping? Was it a quick kind of thing?
Yeah. So for me, I was one of those people where it just worked immediately. I still vividly recall the first puff I had on my first e-cigarette and just thinking, I don't think I'm ever smoking again. And that was now, I guess, 3.5 or 4.5 years ago, and I haven't had a cigarette at all in that interval and really haven't even been tempted to. So for me, I was one of those where it's just an immediate and easy switch.
What are the health differences between vaping and smoking?
So in terms of sort of the health drawbacks of vaping compared to smoking, they're massively reduced compared to smoking. Right. We obviously don't know the long-term effects, but we know that it's a very small percentage of the risk of ongoing smoking. The vaporizer or the e-cigarette is heating the e-liquid to the point where it becomes a vapor. So actually nothing's combusted, there's nothing burnt in an e-cigarette. So there's no smoke, there's no tar, because we're not heating it in the same way that you are with a cigarette where you're actually burning it. Yeah.
Wow. So all signs point to vaping.
Yeah.
Why is vaping in particular?
Thank you, Microsoft Edge. All I did was click on Microsoft Edge, and now all of a sudden it stopped playing.
Bastard. What a swine.
Health differences.
So actually nothing's combusted, there's nothing burnt in an e-cigarette. So there's no smoke, there's no tar, because we're not heating it in the same way that you are with a cigarette where you're actually burning it. Yeah.
Wow. So all signs point to vaping.
Yeah.
Why is vaping in particular a good way to stop smoking?
Vaping fulfills, I guess, a lot of the habitual sort of elements that people get from smoking. So the hand to the mouth, inhaling, blowing out a cloud. So it mimics smoking a lot more closely than other ways that people might try to quit. In particular, the user's able to adjust their intake and the nicotine to the level that they want.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Vaping for life.
Ideally not for life. I mean, we don't know the long-term effects.
For a short amount of time.
But ideally, in the end, I think users should plan to stop vaping as well.
You should always plan to stop vaping.
continue as long as you feel like there's a risk that you might go back to cigarette smoking.
Can I still smoke a few cigarettes while I'm vaping at the same time?
Some people won't be able to make the transition straight to exclusively vaping, and that's, I guess, something we understand. So dual use is okay for some people, but it needs to be part of a journey towards stopping cigarettes altogether.
I've also got some friends that don't smoke at all. Should they start vaping?
So, the short answer is no, they shouldn't. If you're coming from smoking, you're already exposing yourself to the really significant health risks of smoking. And in that context, it makes sense to move to vaping. If you're not smoking, you're not exposing yourself to the risk of smoking already, then, you shouldn't pick up a habit that may expose you to some health risks down the line.
Okay, thanks. That all sounds really great. Now, I know that I'm kind of running out of time with my appointment, but I was wondering if you could just tell me a little bit more about the old telescope.
Mm-hmm. Why don't we see more of these messages from other countries around the world?
It's just simple, plain facts, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's nothing fancy or jazzy. They're not ramming it down your throat, so to speak. They're just saying that's exactly what it is. What you see is what you get.
And they specifically say on here, breathing any product into your lungs unnecessarily is not ideal. Why do they have to start with that? Most people will read that and stop reading the rest of the content on the page. Why can't they start out with vaping is much less harmful for you than smoking? Period. It's truthful. It implies the fact that it's not 100% safe. And focus on the real message. No, we're going to leave 40% of smokers thinking that vaping is more harmful than cigarettes.
Wow.
Loading ad first. Sorry for your loss.
Yeah, good old YouTube pumping ads down your throat.
Well, it's not just YouTube. It's everyone that's out there on the internet, any website out there. It's more about making money. They don't care about,
Study, more than 1 in 10 young adults in the U.S. admit to regularly using e-cigarettes. CDC data shows in 2021, those between 18.
I really don't understand why it's doing this.
YouTube has decided to restrict your bandwidth.
I think it's a bigger picture than just YouTube.
Yeah. Your bandwidth has been restricted to your content.
We'll get to that in the dad jokes out there, but the way it currently stands right now is conspiracy theorists are up 47-0 with non-conspiracy theorists.
Really?
Well, they're going to shove another ad in our face.
Here's a good example for all your social media getting political. You know, I mentioned this Russell Brand thing last week. Awesome. Apparently, was it the Attorney General? Our Attorney General has actually wrote to Rumble, the other platform he's on, and actually told him not to friggin' broadcast his material. And that's people MPs are getting. So you're telling me that's supposed to be free speech and all that bullshit? Fuck off.
It's a load of shite.
Cheers, man. Absolute bullshit.
Let's start closing windows and see what we can do. Not working. Still not working.
Yeah. As that famous song says, they want to know what you think and they want to know what you do.
They legit don't want us talking about it that bad.
Yeah. Holy moly. Give us a look. Give me a look at something here. Where we?
All right. You don't want to play nice? Let's see if we can get another browser to play nice.
I do. I don't know if it'll work. If I'd done that, would that play through that, do you think? I'm just seeing if I can get a play. I don't know if you can hear any sound. Can you hear the sound of that? Yes, no?
No.
No, it's near volume. Damn. Shame. Thought I might have got away with that one. We'll have to...
10 young adults in the
What about... I don't know if I can deal with that either.
So much for the new CPU fixing the problem of it buffering. See, I'm just wondering if like a screen share. Now, with that, now you wouldn't get the audio, would you? That's the only thing. Bastard. We'll fix that after the stream. One way or another, we're going to keep talking about this, and we're going to get the information out there.
Without a doubt, man. Shame. Why are you going to talk about
Anyway,
that?
there's a link in the description if you want to check it out. Because here we have more bad press, right? We've got ourselves, somebody decided they were going to drive into a tobacco shop. No, it wasn't a ram raid. It was a drunk driver.
Jesus. You just fancy a pack of cigarettes while he was out on the road and thought, fuck it.
Really soft comfort. It works by eliminating the swing and cling that causes chafe while allowing for breathable, sweat-free relief. Check out our 5-star reviews online right now. Because here's the rub. With hammock, your first order at TommyJohn.com.
Crashed into a Humboldt Park business. It happened on North Avenue in Spalding last night.
Fucking hell. Holy shit. He's definitely parked in there, like, hasn't he?
Done a great job getting that car into there. Smoke, vape, and tobacco shack.
My God.
All right, so let's jump to Cleveland, where they're trying to ban tobacco products.
If she wants to play it. She doesn't want to play it nice today, does she? Have you noticed? It's only playing the advert, it's not playing the article.
Yeah. Juice Man, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello, Juice Man. That's so odd.
Sure is.
That is so odd. See, the adverts are played again.
Campaign about to hit the streets of Cleveland.
God damn it.
It really makes no sense whatsoever. I even went so far as to disabling all the webcams that we have.
What about media source properties? No, that's a media source. That's not that, is it? Bummer. Browser. Okay.
Let's try it in another browser.
Cleveland, and it has nothing to do with the November election.
We're talking about anti-smoking advocates launching an advertising campaign to get Cleveland City Council to ban flavored tobacco in the entire city.
It seems like a noble idea, but it also at the same time seems like it would be very difficult to enforce if it does come to fruition. To help us understand the political and health implications of a potential ban, we call on the managing editor of Signal Cleveland, Mark Namick, and certainly one of our partners here that work closely on these political issues. Mark, good afternoon to you. Cleveland leaders have talked about this in the past. I remember before when this was proposed, but that ban earlier this year never got off the ground. So let's start by you explaining to us what happened to that initial push.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Mayor Bibb pushed that ban to get rid of flavored tobacco. That's menthol, that's candy flavored. They even had tobacco products that had alcohol flavor in it. Wow. They wanted to get rid of it, and they wanted to make retailers register. But city council members really said this isn't going to work for us. They said that we have to push back on it because it's going to hurt the businesses. But more importantly, it's just going to mean without a statewide ban, people are just going to go to East Cleveland, Lakewood. They're going to jump borders and buy the product. They were saying it's essentially ineffective without a statewide ban, and they shut it down by just leaving it in committee.
Right.
Yeah. Now, I know Governor Mike DeWine actually supports a statewide ban. But, you know, like you said, I mean, with the council having this view, how's this campaign going to work?
Well, first of all, retailers do make a lot of money from the sale of tobacco.
Yeah.
And so they have a good lobby, and they can make a pretty big push. But they're going to try to do this by making it personal. They're going to really go after the emotional side of this. And the group behind it is the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, a national group that is pushing the ads, and they're going to run bold messages, obviously, to get people.
Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids, at it once again, dumping money into politics where they have no business being.
To get people to talk about it and to call council members. One of the ads is going to talk specifically, and they quote the NAACP president here, and it says, "Black people didn't choose menthol tobacco. Companies chose us as the target for the market of their poison."
Wow.
And there's another one that says, quote, "Big tobacco is targeting black lungs." So clearly they're talking about specifically targeting a race of people, and that's something that they think will make a difference. They're going to run about 6 bus ads. They're going to have ads at the shelters, 30 or so ads around, but they're also launching a public awareness campaign through a website that has already signed up lots of health advocates and hospitals in town.
Okay, so you mentioned Mayor Bibb. Where does the mayor stand on this, and how does his view direct where this goes?
Well, he is doing campaigning. He's lobbying council members right now. Okay. That's what he has to do, is get council to, push this back into a committee. The mayor also travels a lot. We've written a lot about it. My colleague, Nick Costell, who first brought this story to the public view of these ads, which start this week, by the way, so we're going to start seeing them. But the mayor makes trips all over the place. He went to Washington, and he started to talk to that campaign for tobacco-free kids, and he's really buying into it, and he's lobbying council right now.
Yeah, it's always, every time you see stats nationally, Cleveland is always one of the highest rated cities in terms of percentage of folks that smoke.
The city that has the percentage of folks that smoke cigarettes. So why are they working to ban the safer alternative to cigarettes?
So this is clearly a problem.
Yeah, and I think we're going to hear more about it, especially now we're going to go a little bit into the weeds, no pun intended, as we talk about issue 2, which is the legalization of marijuana.
Right.
Okay, so we're going to legalize cannabis for combustion for people to smoke that. But we're going to ban flavored vaping products that are getting people to stop smoking.
And the smoking.
Wow.
So I'll be curious to see where the mayor and other advocates for the ban stand on that, because smoking is bad, whether it's cigarettes or marijuana. The mayor's office told me this afternoon that the mayor has yet to have a position on issue 2.
Quickly, this is a story we've followed now for 4 years, and I know you've covered this closely. There was a double homicide that happened back in 2019. It was the murders of 2 friends, Kate Brown and Carnell Sledge. The astonishing thing was there was almost nothing to go on here. Where are we on this case 4 years later?
Well, 4 years later, the case is cold, but the family, the Brown family, who I've stayed in touch with, has not stopped trying to get publicity for this case. And so recently they sat down with producers from Netflix, which is doing a special on this case. And as the sister told me here on Channel 3 a couple of years ago, that it's so important to keep it in the public view, because there's going to be somebody out there who hears somebody bragging about it in a bar or talking about that involvement, and that may be what links this together. Production's wrapping up on that show this week. No air dates. Right now, it's still a cold case.
All right. What a shame. Okay, Mark, thank you. Always good to see you.
Thanks.
So they had to stop their conversation about the ban on flavored tobacco products, aka vaping products, in order to talk about a single person's death. Meanwhile, this report here, how many minutes long was it? 5 minutes long. 5 people died while this report was being aired and while they were talking about it. And I'd bring you a story from Australia, but they don't want us talking about it. It's straight up geo-banned. Alarming number of vaping influencers are on social media. They're all pissed off right now because all this stuff that they're trying to ban in Australia, people are speaking up going, and listen, man, this is what I got, and it got me to quit smoking. And if you ban this, I'm going to go back to smoking cigarettes. And nobody wants to get behind their ban because their original prohibition is the reason why it's so bad in Australia now.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
So here you go, something from your part of the world. Greater Manchester Police sees more than 95,000 pounds of illegal vapes weeks after the national ban was suggested.
Oh, yes.
Let's see if we can get it to load. Ads loading.
It's loading again. Oh shit, why can I hear myself?
Oh, I'm Emma Higgins with your Manchester
All right, so let's play with Microsoft's little game that they want to play.
The B Network officially launched in Greater
Microsoft wants to play their little game, so let's play their little game.
Manchester on Sunday, the 25th of September. Buses in some boroughs have come under public control as part of the first piece of the region's integrated transport.
Let's see if we can get this to work.
With your Manchester headlines, the B Network officially launched in Greater Manchester on Sunday, the 25th of September. Buses in some boroughs have come under public control as part of the first piece of the region's integrated transport network, eventually intended to include trams, trains and bikes. Andy Burnham has hit out at the debate over the future of the HS2 project and said people in the north are once again being treated like second-class citizens. There's increasing speculation that the northern leg of the rail project will be scrapped.
So where's the conversation about this raid on illegal vapes in the region? They seem to be talking about the metro. I didn't hear anything about vaping.
Project.
Did you hear anything about vaping in that conversation?
Not one bit.
Isn't that interesting? Say something, Kenny.
Hello.
I've got your audio captured twice.
That's what I'm saying. I've got to repeat somewhere.
It's not you, it's over here. Because Chrome wouldn't play, I had to change the audio output to the same browser that
I've got what's happening.
But we did make progress. I did find out that if I use Microsoft's browser, which uses Chrome as the frame, it plays. So the problem we have is not related to my computer, my PC, or my memory, or any of that other stuff. It's strictly to do with Microsoft Bing, and I've noticed this before. When you maximize it, it takes over. Like even DaVinci Resolve, I'll have DaVinci Resolve on. As soon as I click Bing, DaVinci Resolve goes away. It hides. Bing is being an intrusive little pest.
That's why I very rarely use it.
So I've switched the audio back. Let's see if we can get the rest of this stuff to play.
That's better. No more echo.
Because also in Cleveland, this is what happens. Is they did this in Columbus last year, and that's why the city of Columbus passed a flavor ban, a flavored tobacco ban, and they didn't ban any flavored tobacco because tobacco has already been banned since we were kids. All they did was ban tobacco harm reduction, being able to use flavored products. So, since Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids is in the town of Cleveland, we're going to go to all the suburbs of Cleveland to push our agenda as well. And here we go. Brunswick City Council is now looking to put the brakes on new cigarette and vaping sales. Wow. Not brakes as in the brakes that stop your car, but brakes as in shattering a glass against the ground brake. Cigarette and vaping sales. Was it intentional? Or did they just simply think spell check was going to fix the meaning of that word?
Crazy, isn't it?
Well, this isn't going to cooperate for us. Thank you, Windows.
It's not clear, is it?
No. But I guarantee you, if I took and I put a Microsoft browser up there, it'll play, but you won't be able to hear it. What a load of doo-doo.
There's a load of shit in it.
And the stream can't hear that. Only I can hear that. So now I need to go in and change the default output for Bing. What a load of doo-doo. I've never had to work so hard to try and show people what I found in my entire life. All right, Kenny, you're just going to have to deal with an echo while I switch the audio source.
I'll just not say nothing.
Sorry, buddy.
That's fine. I like the sound of my own voice.
All right, let's see what we got.
Go for it.
Also rejected that. In Brunswick tonight, officials had, they recall, back in March, Mayor Justin Bibb proposed legislation to ban the sale of flavored tobacco in the city, but the city council rejected that. In Brunswick tonight, officials had the same idea. This time, the results were different. Our Lydia Esparra explains why.
When you drive through the city of Brunswick, you can stop just about anywhere to buy cigarettes or vaping products. And if you wanted to sell them as a business, you were able to do that too. On Monday, Brunswick City Council placed a moratorium on the permit approvals for the sale of tobacco products.
What keeps happening is stores pop up as one thing, but they're really a vape store.
Nicholas Hannick is councilman for Ward 2 and says underage vaping is out of control.
It's something that we can start to curb because the number of these stores is high, and we have to do more to look to regulate.
Let me ask you a question. Okay.
Under control.
Isn't it illegal for these kids to already buy this stuff?
Yep.
When you walk into a vape shop, do they ask you for your fucking ID, even though you look like a bearded old man?
Not all the time, but you know.
But for the most part, I know here in the States, I don't care what vape shop I walk into, they have to scan my ID card. They will not sell it to me unless I provide proof of age. Okay?
It's not like that in the UK yet.
So what's the point in banning the sale of the product altogether in your city? What are you actually going to solve?
It's like a sit-down regulation.
I mean, logically, you would think
okay,
let's say Brunswick goes through with this ban. Won't people just go to Parma to buy their vapes?
Pretty much.
Or Middleburg Heights? Or any one of the other hundreds of suburbs around Cleveland? What are they actually accomplishing? And how much money the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids give this guy of Ward 2 to get up there and start making a fuss about this? It's not because he caught his kid vaping. And if he did, why didn't he ask him, where did you buy that?
Exactly. Where did you get it?
You didn't get it from a legal vape shop. I guarantee you that much.
Names probably get them online.
They already banned the sale of these products of these new vape shops, right? So, like, computer repair shops are now selling vapes, and gas stations are selling vapes, and, you know, convenience stores that are not, you know, part of a big chain are selling vapes. So what makes you think that, you know, cracking down on it even more is going to work? I mean, you're about the same as Australia now. Let's institute a prescription model for vaping. Oh, that didn't work. So let's crack down on the prohibition even more. But we're not actually going to give any money to trading standards to actually, like, make a difference, or the police departments or anybody else. We're just going to make a big scene about it, and big stink about it, make it harder for smokers to not smoke combustible cigarettes.
Regulate this.
According to the CDC, flavored products, disposable devices, and a wide variety of brands threaten the health of our nation's youth. More than 2.5 million youth reported e-cigarette
Shirley,
use
hello and
in
welcome to the stream.
2022. The CDC says youth use of tobacco products in any form, including e-cigarettes, is unsafe. Such products contain nicotine, which is highly addictive and can harm the developing adolescent brain. Using nicotine during adolescence.
We're still coming up with this harm the adolescent brain.
Yep.
How many of our brains were harmed because our parents smoked? And we consumed the secondhand smoke from their smoking habit. Did Einstein, an actual smoker, have harm in his brain? Because he was a combustible tobacco user.
Might also increase risk for future addiction to other drugs. Councilman Joe Del Santo says you can't limit access to everyone.
The actions of adults, that's their responsibility. And I will be cautious in how we look at the regulatory aspect.
In 2019, the state raised the age for smoking and vaping to 21. That hasn't stopped the teens. Hannick says maybe more restrictions will.
We attempt.
How? How are more restrictions going to stop them from doing something that's illegal? They're already breaking the law. Last time I checked, if you go and you rob a store, you go to jail for breaking the law. But if you're a teen and you break the law and you buy a vape and you use the vape and you get busted, well, nothing happens to you.
It's the same. They're breaking the law with underage smoking, they break the law with underage drinking. Nothing happens.
To regulate this through a moratorium on vape stores, but we found that people worked around it, so now we've moved it to any kind of tobacco vaping product sales.
The moratorium on the sale of flavored tobacco.
Okay, so we banned new vape stores from popping up. We keep an eye on the vape stores that already exist in town, but people aren't following our rules and our mandates. They're just buying the vapes and selling them. So we need to crack down on the people that are legally selling them in order to stop the people that are breaking the law and selling them on the black market. What? Please, somebody explain this logic to me. I don't understand it.
In the city, but the city council rejected that. In Brunswick tonight, officials had the same idea. This time,
Councilman Joe Del Santo says you can't limit access to everyone.
The actions of adults, that's their responsibility. And I will be cautious in how we look at the regulatory aspect.
In 2019, the state raised the age for smoking and vaping to 21. That hasn't stopped the teens. Hannock says maybe more restrictions will.
We attempted to regulate this through a moratorium on vape stores, but we found that people worked around it, so now we've moved it to any kind of tobacco vaping product sales.
The moratorium is lasting for 6 months until officials here can figure out how much teens are smoking and vaping here in Brunswick.
Maybe they should figure out where these teens that are vaping and smoking are getting their crap from and go after those people, not the people that are following the law and doing the right thing. William Henderson, hello and welcome to the stream. Scott Merriman, hello and welcome to the stream. What a load of shite. I got another one here that I didn't put in the description, but since we're already using an alternative browser, let's take a look at this one, because this one really piqued my curiosity. You believe this?
Snoop Dog.
More crap from the New York Post. New York delis demand Snoop Dogg, Mike Tyson, Hulk Hogan stop peddling kid-friendly e-cigarettes. What? Wait a minute. I didn't realize kids were into Snoop Dogg and Mike Tyson and Hulk Hogan. I thought only people you and my age were into those people.
I'm surprised Snoop Dogg's e-cigs is on the way.
How many kids how many kids even know who these people are? I'm getting so flustered right now I can't even speak. Well, we have a group representing New York delis and convenience stores threatening legal action against rapper Snoop Dogg, former heavyweight champion Mike Tyson, and wrestler Hulk Hogan from peddling banned flavored nicotine vapes that have become popular with teens. And this is from New York, which banned all vapes, all flavored vapes. Gone. You can smoke all the cannabis you want, though.
Yeah. As we all know, Snoop does.
Right. So I didn't realize Snoop Dogg was selling vapes that were made with nicotine in them. I thought he only sold THC and cannabis and CBD vapes. And I didn't even know Mike Tyson and Hulk Hogan were still alive.
Oh, hang on. I think Snoop Dogg gonna end for red cannabis. I think he put his name to it, not so much design to it.
Yeah, for cannabis, not for nicotine vaping.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with the subject matter.
Yeah.
It does say contains nicotine. And how do we know that he actually put his name to it? Because, I mean, greedy freaking corporate elitists will put their brand on whatever they want as long as the lawyer says they can fight off the lawsuits. If they can make enough money, well, it's gone. They're going to make the money. And like you and I were talking about this beforehand, you know who's to blame for all this teen vaping, right? Good old Donald Trump. He was the one that signed Tobacco 21 into law. He was the one that made, in the United States, all flavored cartridge vapes, because of Juul, illegal, except for menthol. But the FDA wants to do away with menthol.
I've seen some dog, but I've never seen Hogan or Tyson.
Unreal. And I got one last one. Little Rock City Council halts vape shops in some neighborhoods. The North Little Rock City Council has voted to approve a new ordinance to keep vape shops out of certain city neighborhoods. What?
Really?
Kenny, it's now against the law for you to piss on that side of the pool. But you can come on this side of the pool and piss all you want.
Yeah.
That fixed the problem of you peeing on that side of the pool. But did it make the pool any safer to swim in?
You're still pissing the same pool again, yeah.
Don't you just have to go to the neighboring town if you want your stuff? I mean, what's the point in this? I mean, they're not even spinning their wheels. You know what? I think this would make anybody willing to forget about their troubles and just, I don't know, get some alcohol? What do you think? For your entertainment purposes today, I have a can of Busch Light beer. A limited edition 12-ounce can of pure pleasure. And I'm trying to find out 4.7% alcohol by volume. And because this is such a not posh beer, this is a bum beer. Well, drinking it right out of the can. What do you got, Kenny?
That's very lame for you, like, consider what you've been drinking at 4 point blah blah %.
I got 3 of them today.
I've tried something that I haven't had for a long time. It's Export by
Carlsberg.
Yeah. It's not the lager, it's the Export. It's more of like it's a beer rather than a lager.
Pilsner.
And this one's coming in at 4.8%.
You want to trade?
So, you know, as they say, a beer born per share and all that stuff. So, and, you know, the catchphrase is probably the best beer in the world or probably the best lager in the world. So we shall wait and see and give it a bash, eh?
Better than this pisswasser, as GTA likes to call beer. Pisswasser. It's a light peach.
Well, it still looks like a lager. I thought it'd be a bit darker. But yeah. Looks very refreshing, I can say that, like, but
Listen, you're getting kind of posh over there. I better put some music back on.
I mean, look at that. Ah, lovely, Ed. That's what you call an Ed, son.
Cheers to your health.
To your health, sir. Take care, mate.
It's a peach flavored beer.
Oh, it's quite nice, that.
That's quite an improvement over the regular Busch Light that's out there that tastes more like carbonated water with some hops.
I see, that's what you get, but this is very hoppy. It's kind of deceiving because, like, it looks like a lager, but it tastes nothing like a lager. So your brain's thinking, hold on, what's going on with this lager?
Let's see, what did I skip over? Because we jumped out of the browser. We got Little Rock, North Little Rock City Council. We did that. We did Brunswick. I'm not going to cover Chicago, Illinois e-cigarette sales, and Joliet to shut down 5 businesses. Oh, we didn't cover the science. Oh my God. Got to cover science, vape science.
You've got to do the science. You've got to do
That's
the science.
That's the fundamental reasons why we're sitting here advocating for this stuff. Because this is much better for you than smoking cigarettes. So here we go. They keep saying, right, e-cigarettes are a gateway to smoking. And that one report said it's a gateway to other drugs too. If you pick up a vape, next thing you know, you're going to be a heroin addict.
Yeah, right.
Or maybe you're going to seek out fentanyl. What is going on here? There you go. Well, guess what? New science coming to us today says electronic cigarettes are not a gateway to smoking and may even speed its decline. Isn't that what we've been saying this whole time? For 4 years,
pretty much, I
quit smoking because of vaping. Vaping did not make me want to become a smoker. It made me want to stop being a smoker. And wasn't it the flavors that keep me coming back for more?
Oh, yes.
Especially when I was using 0 milligram. Why would I still use 0 milligram if it wasn't for the wonderful flavors?
Definitely.
Well, here we have the most comprehensive study to date investigating whether electronic cigarettes are a gateway into or out of smoking. And at a population level, there's no signs that electronic cigarettes or other alternative nicotine products promote smoking.
Nope.
So these news agencies are full of crap. And here's science to back it up. Can nicotine electronic cigarettes help you stop smoking? Well, a new study found that electronic cigarettes, prescription drugs, and dual nicotine replacement therapy are the best tools to help people quit the habit. And one last thing, save the best for last.
Oh, how about them?
HCMC vice principal slaps a student for vaping.
Oh my God.
Listen, I know that they need punished, but when is violence the solution?
Well, I don't know, like, some of these people that are putting all the bullshit out probably could do with a friggin' slap, like.
Tobacco control deserves a good slap in the face. Or a big I'm not even going to say it.
You think someone just need a good slap, a good shake, just to bring them back to the current planet, you know what I mean? Yee, wiggy, wiggy.
And this is in Vietnam. Once again, this is in Vietnam, not the United States, not England. You know, all these tobacco control advocates say, oh, well, nobody's going to get harmed if we ban it. It's even if it's a black market product. We're going after the distributors. It's the same drug control mentality. Kenny, can you go and get some cocaine? Do you know somebody you could call right now to get some? I know somebody I can call to get some. I probably know half a dozen people I can call and get some. Been banned since before we were born.
Yeah.
Who puts these morons in charge? That's what I want to know.
Apparently us, the voters.
All right. Enough of the trash. Enough of the crap.
I'm thoroughly enjoying that.
It's time we take a look at some people's hand checks. Put your hand checks in. Go to Facebook. Find the post for this show. Drop a comment in there. Leave me your picture so we can feature it.
We'll show it all up.
So let's go and take a look at them right now. Not chat. Not overhead. There.
Oh.
I knew I had the button on there somewhere. This is from last week. Billy Lee Rice posted a picture of her hand checks and her vapes. Look at this. Cotton Clouds. I didn't know that was made by Vapefly. See, you learn something every day.
That's like, do you know, like that cotton that you've got on the string, you get 10 feet, that's like that. It's in a box, it's just like on a constant string, you just cut off what you want. I've had that before,
cool. I know I really like Vapefly shoelace cotton.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm out of it. Firebolt. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
That is the best shoelace cotton I've ever found. They're a little thin, so you got to use like 2 or 3 of them sometimes, which makes you use a lot more of their product. But it's always very consistent, and you never had any problem with it. You snip it, and you go to pull it or thin it, it doesn't like fall apart like cotton bacon does sometimes. But look at this. Billy Lee Rice has some amazing devices here. She's got the good old Aegis Legend. She's got a couple geek vape tanks there. She's got the Arbiter. Is that the original Arbiter? Awesome. What else we got in the background there? And see, she's got rainbow tanks, just like my wife's tanks.
Oh, God, horrible.
Nah.
I don't like rainbow. I can't get away with it. Oh, that's nice.
Here we go. We got a Flash e-vapor mouse to lung with the e-leaf iStick Pico. Remember last week we were talking about it. Somebody asked us a question about it. Well, that's the thing that they were asking us about.
Ah.
They were asking us if the tank heats up. And even mouse to lung tanks heat up because, I mean, when you heat that up and you're putting, 20, 30 watts into it, that gets converted from electricity into heat.
Yeah.
And here we go, William Dobson.
Oh, the Titan. He's got his Titan on. He's got his Hammer of God out there as well.
With a big, massive Valhalla on it.
Oh, yes.
It looks like a Tango apple sugar-free soda.
Very nice.
Awesome. And William Dobson's dad jokes getting it started. I'd be impressed if anyone who can lift a box like this. Hi, mate. That is a pretty
Not
impressive
me.
feat, if you ask me.
Yes, it is like. They must be very stern. That's all I'm going to say.
Damn, boy. Maybe we ought to jump into the dad jokes early this week. What do you think? What's the worst
Why
that
not?
can happen?
Why not?
All right. Something in the way she moves attracts me like no other lover.
In fact, if they're like that, I think we'll lead them last.
Listen, I only had half a can. The rest of the singing comes after the third one. And just a reminder, this was at one point in time an approved cough syrup sold all over the world.
Fucking hell.
One
I
night
would
cough
answer that
syrup
now.
contains alcohol, cannabis, chloroform, and morphine.
Give me some of that now. I'll sleep like a baby with that.
Honey, I'm home. Can you help me unload the groceries from the truck?
Oh.
Nothing wrong with some
That would
venison.
definitely last a while. Oh,
Yeah.
I love venison. It's gorgeous. All of it.
It's time to think about washing windows. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess it is. There, I'm glad I got that over with.
Yeah, that's clever.
I can't sleep. I have indigestion from eating all them fire ants before bed. You better take an antacid.
Oh, God. No. Jesus.
It's your favorite time of the year, man. Halloween, right? Is it you or your
yeah.
wife that really loves Halloween?
The wife loves Halloween.
Yes, I get it. And I find it offensive. That's the world we live in, folks. Anything becomes offensive.
Oh, everybody's so easily offended.
Well, how about this for offense? Does it bother you when your fur is dirty with poo? Well, no.
Okay.
Thanks a lot. Gotta love these new smartwatches, right? I got one, it's supposed to be a fitness watch. I haven't lost a single pound since I had it, unlike this guy. Great hike. You lost 159 pounds.
Yeah, and the rest of his body.
All right, so here's a question for you. If this was your dog, what would you name him?
Fucking hell, a monster. He's fucking huge.
Looks like a panther, not a dog. But that's a dog.
Holy fuck.
Well, they were obviously married.
Yeah, get out. The quilt's gone. I get that straight away.
Once upon a time in the 1950s, a family could own a home, a car, and send the kids to college all on one income. Can we go back to that?
Many moons ago. Easy.
Here's regulators. We talked about politicians and regulators and how they like to screw things up. Well, here's a picture of a fork, a tactical fork, an assault fork, and fork after fork control legislation got their win. I hate a spork. I hate to say it, but that's the most retarded invention ever created. A spork.
The shit.
It's not good as a spoon or a fork.
crap.
Chuck Norris played rock, paper, scissors, and he chose scissors.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
It is at best a decaying old cabin in the woods with a horrifying past.
Not a true word, eh?
Here's some more truth for you. It's the U.S. government when an $80 million fighter jet just disappears. And then we got to go ask our local citizens, excuse me, have you seen a fighter jet anywhere around here? Meanwhile, the IRS, is that $600 in your Venmo? Where'd you get that at?
Yeah, we can find that. Unbelievable, isn't it?
Do you think this is overkill?
What the fuck?
The toilet paper holder.
Big time overkill, really? I mean, I was going to say an armrest, but it's a bit high to be an armrest.
It's where you put your vape when you're vooping.
Or, it's if you're constipated, you grip it and just do a bit of side action.
Ooh. Listen, my wife asked me to go pick up a butter dish. I think she's going to love this one. What do you think? It's the butter.
Oh, yeah.
And then it tells you how to use it.
Oh, yeah.
No?
That's good, that. I like that. That's novel.
Sarcasm, your key to quality entertainment on the Hunky Vape Mixin and Chillin vlog.
Couldn't agree more.
I need to rehome a dog. It's a small terrier and barks the whole day. If you're interested, let me know and I'll jump over my neighbor's fence and get it for you.
Clever. Very clever.
Thanks to money, we do things that no one in their right mind would ever want to go and do. Traffic jams.
Holy, that is one massive traffic jam. I thought it was a car park or a traffic driveway.
It's California at rush hour every fucking day.
Jesus. Holy moly. Is it really that bad? Jesus.
Do you see how many lanes they have?
Yeah.
They keep making it bigger because it keeps getting filled up.
Holy fuck.
Have a good Monday. Hope it's as nice as it can be. Have a whole lot of fun, mate. Listen, I told you guys, I warned you. If you don't supply good quality humor, I'm just going to come up with whatever I can find.
Holy fuck.
And a little bit of seriousness for you. Netflix doesn't cost you whatever it costs you. It costs you your time. And Coke doesn't cost you whatever money it costs you. It costs you your health. And social media isn't free. It costs you your focus on what's really important in life. There's always a hidden cost. And remember the golden rule? When something is free, you are the product.
Oh, how right. How right and true is that?
Wanted old man to drive old truck.
It's an old Mac and all.
All right, let's go take a look at our poll that we got going on because I'm curious. I want to find out. I want to ask you another poll question. All right. So, to our question, how many of you would go back to smoking cigarettes if vaping was completely banned? 78% said no. Only 22% of you said yes.
That's sweet. I thought it would be higher for the smoking. That's very good.
So here's a new poll for you guys. Do you know how to drive a stick shift? Yes or no?
What, are we talking a manual vehicle or an automatic vehicle? Is that kind of where you go?
Exactly. How many of you know how to drive a manual transmission? And how many of you could apply for this job? And that, my friends, was a car seat safety in the 70s when we grew up.
I was just stuck the bed crawling around in the car. It had fuck all to do with an accident.
Exactly.
Holy fuck.
But that's what a car seat looked like when we were growing up.
Yeah.
Listen, authorities cannot be any more specific than this. Do not touch your partner's private part while he or she is driving.
Well, you know.
Honestly, look at this mess. This is the last time I ask you to do the laundry.
That's the point. Yeah, it's a good idea. Oh, right balls, that I better not do it no more.
Look at that truck. I gotta do this a different way. Come on, mouse. How you like that truck?
Really? Why? Just why?
People are doing kind of crazy stuff like this all the time. Those tires are smaller than the ones on that Nissan.
I'm saying, why? Why?
They are. You can clearly see it.
That can't be stable. Holy shit.
That is ridiculous.
That's scary. I wouldn't go in that. No way, Jose.
Whoa, what's going on here? I know that it's not the end of them. Is it really? No.
Oh.
No, that's not the end of them. Come on now. I had all kinds of classic ones set up here.
Oh.
When you really want to slap someone, do it and yell mosquito.
Mosquito. I like that, mate. I like that.
During the pandemic, an estimated 129 billion masks that could not be biodegraded were used and thrown away every single month. An estimated 1.6 billion disposable masks wound up in the ocean in 2020. And yet, that is not talked about by anyone.
Well, this is it. This stuff that they just don't want to talk about, you know, for obvious reasons. You know what I mean? Because they look fucking so stupid.
Mrs. Hunky Vape, hello and welcome to the stream.
Hello. What's that on that? Refresh that.
Before and after meth.
I like that.
Seize the day, because believe it or not, each and every one of us in this room is one day going to stop breathing, turn cold, and die.
Pretty much true as well.
And I'm going to have to jump straight to the other one because Robin Williams, he's definitely one of our heroes. I think he might be right behind George Carlin on my list. But did you know this? During the production of Mork and Mindy, They had to hire a censor that spoke 4 languages to keep track of Robin Williams, secretly trying to slip in swear words in other languages during the show. No boss makers a shig.
That's what he was like, you know. His ad-libbing was so that was so good about him, you know. The script was just nah. You know what I mean? It's like
I told you.
Watching something. If it was like when he made Good Morning Vietnam.
Oh yeah.
They just let him get on with it. They just let him get on with it.
I love that movie. He was so perfect.
Yeah, he says, you just do that. They just let him get on with it. You pretty much made that up yourself. It was brilliant. Such a
Imagine if
clever guy.
he, instead of trying to be a comedian, he was a DJ.
Oh, what?
He would have made millions of dollars. Instead of trying to compete with Hollywood and comedians and stuff out there. Listen, I told you, Andy's mom had her own toys named Buzz and Woody.
Oh.
My favorite scene from a wonderful movie. The economics of the future are somewhat different. You see, money doesn't exist in the 24th century. Lily, no money? You mean you don't get paid? Picard, the acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives. We actually work to better ourselves.
Very good.
How many of you remember these?
Photo mat.
They literally shoved that thing into one parking spot in the middle of the parking lot. That's where you would drop off your film to get developed into pictures.
I don't think we had anything like that.
You guys ever had photomats?
Yeah. I think it was our chemist stuff for our photos.
It was Kodak's
anyway.
brilliant marketing strategy to get their film into photographers' hands. Because they only sold Kodak film.
Yeah.
Why did the pig get hired at the bakery? He was really good at bacon.
Oh my God.
Listen, I don't want to party like it's 1999. I want to go grocery shopping like it's 1999.
Next day, as you don't.
My wife goes grocery shopping every night after work using her tip money, right? Back in 1999, the amount of money she spent every night could feed us for a whole week.
Mm-hmm.
I know it's 3 a.m, but I had a nightmare that you two were sleeping soundly and not thinking about me. Wonder if that reminds me of anybody. Well, maybe I can flip camera over and I don't know. Let's take a look and see for ourselves.
Oh.
Come on. All right, ready? He's giving me the stink eye.
Yeah. I enjoy it.
Listen, everybody knows we just got done buying a replacement car because my wife got hers totaled, right? This is firsthand true experience. Craigslist be like, this is an all-wood interior car.
Certainly see that.
And I found this on Facebook, so I know it's got to be true because I found it on the internet, right? I don't remember this in the book, 1984. But it says, football, beer, and above all gambling filled up the horizons of their minds. To keep them in control was not difficult.
Yeah.
Found it on the internet, so it's got to be true. That's somewhere in that book. And like I said, not that we're keeping track or anything, but conspiracy theorists are up 37-0.
True.
I just saw a CIA press briefing talking about contrails and about how they've been researching for the past 2 decades how to control the weather and how to control climate. And by releasing these particles in the air, they can keep the planet cool longer, so we don't have to actually address climate change.
I don't believe that.
Came from the CIA director in an actual press conference that no news broadcast is ever going to talk about. So unless you go looking for it, you ain't going to find it.
Yeah.
I miss these days. Princess Diana. Carry out a random act of kindness with no expectation of reward. Safe in the knowledge that one day somebody might do the same for you.
Simple as that. Very simple.
Good words to live by.
Yeah.
This is how I feel when I have to scroll down to the year I was born and every time I go shopping for vape stuff.
I kind of remember that.
The biggest communication problem is that we do not listen to understand. We simply listen to reply.
Wow. Yeah.
And Jimi Hendrix was right all them years ago. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will finally know peace.
Yeah.
When you leave the grocery store with $200 of groceries and realize you forgot the one thing that you went there for.
I do that every time I go to a vape shop, mate.
I can't tell you how many times I've gone and stopped at a vape shop and told my wife, I need to get some cotton, right? New mod, new tank, and coils later, I left without any wicking material whatsoever.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Good thing we have plenty of Muji cotton.
See.
In a society that profits from your self-doubt, liking yourself is a rebellious act. I highly encourage everyone to do it.
Exactly.
Here's a novel idea for you. Instead of powering it up, you just turn the cover to get started. And instead of clicking on the next page, you do it is you turn it. Pretty cool, eh?
Wow. Not a lot of people know what that is either.
How about this show? You remember watching this show growing up?
Oh, vaguely.
I hear the theme music playing in my head already. Summer is over. It's rainy, cold, and dark. Hope you're happy, you pumpkin spice loving sluts.
What was it called again? Oh.
Thank you for being a friend.
I think we kind of get like your American shows like 10 years down the line, you know what I mean? They're old school by the time we get them.
Well, that's the nice thing about Netflix. Now you get to see shows from Australia and the UK and all other parts of the world.
What was that? Was that the Golden Girls? Was that what it was?
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, so the name just drops right in my head there. I think my mum used to watch it. I was probably a bit younger then, you see.
Yeah, when I ask you if you know the show, it doesn't mean that you had to watch it. It's not like Benny Hill. I'm sure you watched Benny Hill.
Oh yeah, we had to sneak though to say that because we were like, nope, your dad said no, you're not watching this. Nope, you're too young.
You remember when you were growing up as a kid, you know, your mom would go buy a 10-pound sack of potatoes and then she wouldn't make potatoes for like a whole 2 weeks or something. And you go to open the cupboard and you'd see these things all trying to get escape. You know, normal vegetables, you have to store them in the exact right temperature with the exact right humidity or they're going to spoil and rot in no time. Potatoes back when we were growing up is like, where's the fucking soil? I'm getting out now. Nowadays, the genetically engineered potatoes we got, they spoil just as quick as any of the other vegetables.
Oh, of course they do.
You were just complaining about how you go to the store and you buy a sack of potatoes that's good for 3 days and it starts to rot.
It's like that with a lot of, across the board, a lot of vegetables, some of them have only got, like you say, pretty much using the same day. So that big crap.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
Oh, the wife loves Halloween.
I'm more of a Thanksgiving, Christmas guy myself.
Nah, I don't know.
Halloween's fun when we were kids.
It'd be fun as an adult as well, man. Very fun.
What are you dressing up as tonight, honey?
Uh-huh. See where I'm coming from, don't you?
A little international humor for you. V's, 9 kilometers. H2O, 1 kilometer. V's is water. Atudash hatalom. Oyo unless a yöve mint amian amma ishkolaya. In other words, you want to know how your future's going to be? Well, let me tell you, it's all based upon how your schooling was. Here's something else that today's kids will never know.
No, nah.
They'll never know the joy of turning your air cleaner upside down so you can hear that 4-barrel carb singing to you.
Sucking in that air, wouldn't it? Rah, growl.
Oh, yeah. Take us to your leader. Only if you promise to take him back with you.
Please.
I would never trade growing up on a farm and without iPhones for anything.
No.
Listen, I was 3 years old. 4 years old. Was out playing in the yard. And the tractor my dad had for the garden was like the modern cars. You didn't need any keys. You just got up in it, you pushed a button, and it started.
Yeah.
And see, he left it in first gear, so when I started it, it took off. And I plowed half the field before my mother caught up with me. And then I couldn't sit down for a week.
Oh, yeah.
All right, here's a question for you, mate. You're given $25,000 and a plane ticket to anywhere in the world. But you have to leave tonight. Where do you want to go?
Mauritius.
Where?
Mauritius.
What is Mauritius?
Don't know where the Mauritius Islands are. Oh, come on. Caribbean, man. The Caribbean.
Oh, the Caribbean. Okay.
Mauritius is a Caribbean island.
I want to come to your country.
Only so you can vape.
Well, number one, I can vape. That's why I don't want to go to Australia. I would love to go to Australia. I'd love to go to Sydney and find out the neighborhood where my grandfather grew up and lived most of his life. But since they're horrible with vaping, I would give anything to go to England.
Really?
I want to see the castles that you have out in the countryside. I want to drive through the countryside of England.
Oh, I can get you loads of pictures of them. Easy.
I don't want pictures. I want to experience it. Like I did in Smoky Mountains, walking up to Clingman's Dome, standing up in Clingman's Dome and literally being able to see 4 states because you're up so high in the mountains?
I would say the best place. I mean, we've got plenty of castles around the UK, but the best place for castles is Scotland. Hundreds of them.
How about you guys in chat? Where would you like to go if you had $25,000 and a plane ticket to anywhere? Where would you go? And you can drop in why if you want.
I would just go. It's just a break from all the bullshit, you know what I mean? Caribbean, out of the way, brilliant. You know, did I tell a lie? I totally tell a lie.
Yeah?
I would jump on a plane and I'd come and visit you, mate.
You don't want to see Pittsburgh. There ain't nothing here worth seeing. Three Sewer Stadium isn't Three Sewer Stadium anymore.
I'd be coming out for the company, my friend, not the place.
I'd take you out and get you some good pierogies. You'd have to experience permanis, get a nice permani sandwich. They have a sliced Italian loaf bread they make fresh every single day. That's the bread that they use, cut it about 1 inch thick. And then on top of that, you can get your choice of meat, all right? You can have fish or a meatloaf patty. It's the Pittsburgher, or you can have anything you want. You know, hamburger with the egg on it or whatever. Then they put on their own coleslaw and fresh cut fries before they slap the other bread on top.
That sounds so good. Oh, shit.
That's a Pittsburgh experience there, buddy.
Oh.
And the other thing you'd have to have if you came to Pittsburgh is their pierogies. A lot of Polish in Pittsburgh.
See, I mean, we really haven't got a state meal because we're that multicultural now. You can pretty much just about get any kind of food you want. You know, I'd say a good old English meal is fish and chips. You know what I mean?
I would love to have some fish and chips.
Oh.
My wife, not so much. I'll tell you what, though, if I came to England, we'd hop across the pond and go to Hungary because I want to give you some good Hungarian food.
Oh.
Some nice chicken soup, chicken paprikash.
Is goulash Hungarian? I know
Yes.
Is it goulash it's called? That's a Hungarian.
Goulash levesh. But see, it's not the same thing. Here in the States, they have goulash. It's like freaking spaghetti with like meat and stuff like that. That's not Hungarian goulash. Goulash levesh is actually a soup.
It's like a stew, isn't it? Like a stew or a soup, isn't it? It's like thick veggie type soup. That's what I thought it was. Like, I'm sure I've had
Loved it growing up as a kid. Purkult is little cubes of beef that you literally cook for half a day. It's another, just like goulash levesh, goulash. It's a nice thick soup, hearty.
You cook it for half a day. Fuck.
Yeah, because you know the peasants cook the poorest cuts of meat.
Yeah.
So if you didn't cook it for long to get those fats and those ligaments and stuff to break down, gelatinize, it would be tough to eat it.
Top 5.
So purkult is cooked for a long period of time.
It kind of makes sense because the wife done a beef stew in a slow cooker and we cooked it overnight. So I can.
Yep.
relate,
So the meat just literally falls apart when you eat it.
Yeah.
Sean Lynch said he'd go to Ireland.
Nice part of the world, actually. Beautiful countryside out there.
Vaping Bick wants to go somewhere far away.
Well, depends where you are in the world, mate.
William Henderson said that he would take Shirley to Venice.
That's pronounced Sherelle. It's my daughter.
Sherelle?
Yeah.
My apologies.
It's my daughter.
That's like my wife, you know, the way that her name is spelled, a lot of people call her Rochelle, but it's Rachel.
Yeah, man. Holy shit. It's weird people pronounce stuff, isn't it?
Yep. Mallory Gates, she would pick a place that I would never visit in my lifetime. Well, what is it? What's your place you'd pick? Never told us what the actual place is.
There's many places on this planet you'll never ever see in your lifetime. Can I have a second one as well?
Sure.
I would absolutely love to do a safari in Africa. I love wildlife, and I would love to do that. Oh wow!
I would love to do that too, but I'd have to blame John Wayne on that. My daughter's favorite John Wayne movie is Hatari, because of the baby elephants.
Yeah, I would love to do something like that. Kenya, down Kenya, something like that. Nice wild African tour.
South Africa.
Yeah.
Are you still texting and driving? I'll see you soon.
My wife would like that, saying that's her nature of business.
Hey, you can show her this and give her an inspirational idea to put on the hearse.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Oh, God. I don't think they're allowed to advertise like that over here because we're still very stiff up on it. You know what I mean?
No pun intended on being stiff about that, huh?
Thought I'd sneak that one in.
Hi, guys. I'm a truck. Yeah, nice try.
Yeah,
Listen, here's some more serious bits of information for you I bet you never knew. Here's food colorings, right? Ready, available in any grocery store. You can color your foods. There's the blue,
cakes, all that stuff.
and the celery stalk is doing just fine. There's the green. Celery stalk is doing just fine. Get some red dye and throw a piece of celery in it, and it'll be dead tomorrow. Meanwhile, red dye number 40 is in tons of foods and food-like products that we eat every single day. Never see that on the news either.
Why? What is red? I mean, what does that do? That's weed.
It'll kill celery. It'll kill anything you put in there that you could put a flower in there. It'll kill it. Imagine what it's doing to us in the long term. I don't see any warnings or any bans on red dye number 40.
That's what I'm saying. So what is in it? That's the thing, because obviously the blue and the green are obviously safe. So what they're putting in the red and to make it do that?
I don't know. Just like the titanium dioxide that was in my coffee creamer until the word got out how bad it was for you and how many cancers it caused. Then they quietly pulled it out of the coffee creamer recipe. All right, I think we've covered them all.
That's so weird. Yes, there was some educational stuff there as well, my friend. There was some educational stuff, which is always a bonus. Always a bonus, that.
There you go.
Same to you.
So are we doing random recipe or a retro vape?
I think we want retro vape because I've been waiting to see your view on the V3. I'm intrigued to see what you think.
Retro vape and lube break coming up. And that right there, folks, is why I need longer bumpers. Because it's time for us to take a look at the Aromomizer Plus V3. Ruh-roh. Got a dead camera. Aww. Guess we're going to have to make do with what's in front of us. So here we have the Aromizer Plus V3 RDTA. And here's the V2. Fantastic little setup. Let's refresh our memory of it. Typical steam crave fashion. We have the bottom that comes off. We have multiple deck options for us that we can put in there. Adjustable airflow, juice flow control, and this can be converted into a dripper by simply removing the chimney stack in there and that top cap. There you go. Now you can see what I'm doing. Let me zoom in. But yeah, you could simply turn this into a dripper by removing this chimney and this top plate and try not to lose the O-ring that goes on the top cap, because without that, not going to get a good seal on here. Awesome sauce. And the advantage of this was, come on. You could change out these decks, and the other deck options you had was like this mesh deck. You could get a velocity deck for this. There's half a dozen different options available to us, so we'll keep this one here. While we grab our knife and open up the V3 updated option.
Oh.
As we can see, there really isn't much of a change.
Oh, look at that, man.
There's the V2 and there's the V3.
An amazing piece of kit.
And now, granted, this has the taller glass on it, but you could swap it out and make the glass the same. Otherwise, the top of this looks pretty close. What's new on here? A set of holes on the very bottom, because that's the only thing that really changed on here.
Yeah.
You went from having 3 rows of holes on the side that you could cut down to 2 rows or 1 row. And on the new version,
there's so many variations on that. That's fully open. 3 slots and a bottom hole.
You have 1 bottom and 2 rows of slots. And as you turn this down, you can eliminate a single row of holes and line that air hole up, so you have under coil airflow and a single row. Or you could turn that down, and eventually you'd end up with just a single hole for airflow for the bottom of your coil.
Yeah.
But for this to work, you need to have a change in your deck.
Yeah.
And you can clearly see what that is right there.
Got all the cutouts for your bottom airflow to go in as well.
Yep. One extra hole right through the middle of the deck, and that's for this airflow.
Yeah. I would say the actual bottom airflow setting on its own will be better if you single coil that. Not so much on the dual, because it's too, I think it's too restrictive to keep them cool.
The only problem is when you single coil it, you're going to have these holes here that are doing nothing but bringing air in and thinning down your flavor.
Just set a pure bottom airflow. So if you've got your coil bang on the middle over that, which you could try, but obviously.
So that's the question I had. What do you think is going to be their best coil options? Should we go with something simple like this Clapton coil? Or should we go with something a little bit smaller? That's a fused Clapton. You know what I mean?
Fused Clapton's tried and tested, definitely.
Or should we wrap our own?
What's that one? Oh, go for your random. Is that one tri-core wire? Go tri-core Clapton. Lovely.
This one right here is tri-core.
Oh yeah, definitely go with 3 if you can. The tri-cores sit nice in them because you need something you can put a bit of heat through as well. You've got to bear that in mind because them tanks, like you said, you need to put a bit of heat through them or a bit of power.
Yeah,
through
I
them,
wasn't
so
impressed with these big fat Clapton coils before the dual Clapton.
Nah.
With the fatter wire. That's why I ordered these. It's a nice fused Clapton, and it's NI90 and NI80. 0.26 individually comes out to a 0.13, so you can really crank the heat to it.
That's spot on that.
And look at that.
Holy
I got a
moly.
box of 100 for
How many's in there?
$22.
Fucking hell. You got to drop me the link for that, Lex. I like them, man.
Amazon.
Fused Claptons.
Same company that makes these ones. NK.
I mean, I get the coils away and I do enjoy making me them, but just sometimes you just can't be asked to make them, you know? You just want something you can just drop in.
This is what they threw in the box. This is what comes with your aromatizers. Tricore
They're
fused
not
Clapton,
too
26 times 3, wrapped in 36.
They're not too bad, actually. I can vaguely remember them. They're not too bad, actually, because, you know, the NI80s, and I do like NI80 wire, so I kind of grumble with them. I thought they were all right.
They look nice. 6 wraps.
The big chunky coils for you to, you know, for power, you know what I mean?
The other problem I've had, though, before is when you use a really chunky coil like this thing gets hot fast.
Oh, yeah.
All right, we'll save this one for another day. I think I'm just going to go with these fused Claptons, NI80 and NI90.
Why not?
I think those two should be a pretty decent vape for us. Obviously, I shouldn't have to tell you the rest of it. I mean, it comes with your spare O-rings. You get a short glass. You also get a ring, a rubber ring. I think more tanks should come with these things. It's such a pain in the wazoo because you get a tank that falls over, especially these bubble glasses. It really helps to have.
Oh, who was that American reviewer? He used to call them a cock ring, didn't he? What they call them? He used to go smoking.
I got you to say it.
What they call him? Yeah, but I'm saying it was him with that. What the hell did he call him again? Oh God, I think he stopped doing the vape stuff and he started doing electric bikes.
Bikes?
Aye.
Oh, electric scooters. That's
Yeah, like
vapor trails, vapor clouds.
No, it was something smoky called his channel. What the hell is it called?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. The fuck's his name?
He had long hair. He was very good, loud in your face. He was a bit like Bling Rip Trippers the way he spoke. Oh, God, with the calm again. Oh, that's bugging me now.
I know who you're talking about. I can't think of his name. I only saw maybe 2 or 3 of his videos, though. Because he had bailed before I got started.
So saying he moved on to the electric cycle market or something, he started doing all that stuff. Like he actually bought a shop and sold these bikes, I think that's where he went. Oh, what the fucking hell they call it?
I think a 6mm length is going to be too long.
I don't want them too high because you want to let the line. Do you want the line up with your airflow on the side?
You want that bang on with the bottom of your coils. 5.5 or 5?
Oh, what the fuck? That's bugging me now.
What do you think? I'm gonna go with 5.5. And see, that's what I was talking about before. How come they don't make these coil cutting tools? Notice how the depth on this one is shorter than this one. See the Ultima or on the bottom?
Yeah. Yeah.
To insulate it. Right there. This one goes much deeper than this one. So this should be a millimeter longer than this one if you want to keep it exactly right. But we're just going to drop them in 5.5. Call it a day.
What's the call in again? Shit, man.
That's one.
Yay! I am well pleased with that.
That's 2. Hex head, of course. 1.5. Nope. Where's my other tool?
Come on, where are you? There you go.
You would think I would keep my tools a little more organized than this.
You would, but then again, some people thrive on being chaotic.
Thrive on chaos? Nah.
Organized chaos, they call it. Yeah, I'm pleased with that.
There she is. Was hanging out by the doom.
What you like, man? What you like? Oh, that's bugging me. His fucking thing now. Can't remember what the hell I call him. Vape don't smoke? No. I'm sure he had smoke in his title.
1.3 millimeters. Grab the right tool, bonehead. Your poochie's not happy.
Somebody's at the door, bum. It's Tuesday night, so it's like takeaway night in this household, so there's various takeaways come to the door.
All right. Look at that. Man, am I getting old? Can't even drop a coils in right.
Holy moly, mate. You need to visit the optician, sir.
Come on.
They used to say a certain act that you do makes you go blind. You do realise that?
No, that ain't the problem.
What, the eyesight? Is that what you mean?
All right.
Holy moly.
Come on.
There you go, man. There you go. You got there in the end.
Keep grabbing the wrong tool.
The colours look quite nice, actually.
Use a proper rod.
Yeah. Just make
sure I get them nice and centered.
Yeah. Make sure you don't pull them too far apart, for that bottom air will just whiz by it.
Well, see, I'm trying to keep the outer ones covered.
Yeah.
See how that one, half of it's covered there?
That's right, yeah. Looking good.
So I'm telling you, half a millimeter sometimes makes the world of difference. What do these ohm out at?
No, they don't.
They don't ohm out at anything without a battery.
Well, that would help, like.
You can say it, mate. I won't take any offense.
Damn. My lips are sealed, mate.
0.10.
Oh, that's tremendous, that. It'll drop a bit once you get them burned in, man. That's it, just let them go through the rainbow, my friend. Let them go through the rainbow. I love doing that. Now that you pull some in, they just gone through all that rainbow colours. Look awesome.
There you go. Talk about fast.
Done. That was good.
Wow, there's a little tiny bit there.
A small hot spot.
On the Clapton. That looks good.
Yeah. I'll tell you what you should do as well. Just sometimes when you fire it, look on the inside, because I had that once where I had a cheeky little one on the inside when I fired it and I didn't see it. When we just fired up, just look down the middle there, just see, make sure there's no inside, because you can't get the sneaky one inside. I found that out. But you didn't get.
That's what the overhead camera's for. It's not actually so that the audience can see anything.
Yeah, looks good, my friend. Looks like they're budding very nicely.
Fantastic.
Now what I'm vaping on some of that splice. I vape a splice. I'm really.
What are we gonna put in this? Mallory Gates blue balls?
Well, it's got to be a juice that likes heat.
We got our cappuccino we made last week.
Yeah.
Oh, I know something that truly loves heat. New York strawberry cheesecake. Whose is that? Is that William Dobson? Who did we make that? Whose recipe was that? Somebody gave us a recipe we mixed up. Cheesecakes are custards. They love the heat.
Yeah.
Plenty of heat still there. I think it's time for another beer.
Sort of ice creams. I'm liking that. I've made some of that splice up. The peach lime ice cream. That's why I'm sitting chugging away at 125 watts. It's out of this world. So, just out of curiosity, what kind of wattage would you say your Hawaiian punch sits nice at? Is it a low wattage juice or is it a bit higher? Where would you say that sits nice?
I never really dug too far into it. Any temperature that you average put it on. I mean, I typically go a little bit less than what your wattage calculator calls for, but it works great there. It's a fruit. It's all fruits. So it doesn't need to high heat. No, and there's no custards or anything in there that need it to be brought out. And I make it for my wife's pod. She used that at 12 milligram salt.
Oh, well, there you go. The reason I stopped, I come up with it just in case you did decide to put it in that and you whack like 100 watts through it, it might just fucking kill it, you know what I mean? But it might not.
I've got some here. I think I'm going to go with this cheesecake in there. We can push the heat to the custards and the cheesecake. Those typically shine when you get the hotter temperatures.
Oh yeah, custards is not shy. I think that I kind of find out with most bakeries, they come out more when you hit them with a bit of a higher wattage.
Let's see what this sucker smells like.
Remember to waft it. You've got to waft it.
Holy cow! The strawberry in there is so pungent. That's going to be a beautiful cheesecake. Wow. Let's get some cotton in there. I'm getting eager now.
I've nicked up some of them little bottles that you give us. I mean, I'm on that this little whizzers at the minute. Like the one.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually quite nice. That's why I'm on my RDA. I'm dropping them in my RDA and just to give them a bash. And wow, really nice. Very sweet, like very sweet.
Yup. Have you heard from Darren anytime recently?
Not a dingy bird now.
It's been a long time since I heard anything from him. The last thing he dropped me was something that was going down in Australia. some news article he came across.
I mean, I don't know. Is he restricted in any way by the laws? He's not down as a vape juice company, though. He's down as a flavour company. So I don't know.
Yeah, he's a flavor company, and he's got a bunch of clients as do beer and other beverages. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I'll have to reach out to him and see if how this has affected him at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
this new Australian crap might have, given him troubles, whatever. I don't know. Especially with exportation and stuff, you just didn't have here.
How big is this hole? Straight below. So we're going to have to thin that out some. I don't want to choke it. Especially on the bottom side. As Mike Vapes likes to say, little under-tickle action.
You're doing the old under-tickle of Mike Vapes, are you?
The other trick Mike Vapes likes to do is tell you to bow tie it. Snip it from this side and snip it from this side.
Yeah,
I'm like,
he likes
all right.
bow ties.
What's up with my tweezers here? They're malformed. Like somebody stepped on them or something.
Malformed, that's a word, isn't it? Malformed.
Come on. Grab the cotton. It puts the cotton in the hole.
Yeah, just drop it in, man. Don't force it. Just
Little Silence of the Lambs. It puts the lotion on the skin. Oh, yeah, lots of room in there.
As long as you're covering that hole on the base of the deck, you'll be all right.
See, I shouldn't have done that side clippy that Mike Vapes does, because now I got some cotton strands right here that end.
Yeah, but
there's enough room in here.
It's the hole on the bottom of the deck you've got to cover, as you'll see when you lift it up.
Yeah. All right, we're not going to thin this one clip them as much. Wife gave me a haircut this week when I went down there to do work in her salon.
Well, when in Rome, as they say.
She'd rather me go down there to get my haircut so she doesn't have to clean up. Well, it's not she doesn't have to clean up. It's easier to clean up down there than it is to clean up at our house.
Oh, God, aye.
Our house, you do it in her craft room. It used to be the dining room. And the dog's bound to walk through before the haircut's done.
Exactly.
Track the stuff through the rest of the house.
I know that one. Been there, done that one.
All right. Come on. Get in there. Did you ever watch Vic on how he does his steam crave stuff? He's like, just floof the edge. Let the edge of the cotton find its way down to the bottom.
Kind of, aye. I mean, everyone's their own, isn't it? You know, I mean, it's weird.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's got their own way of doing it. I'm not making fun of him because I think what he's doing is wrong. I'm just
he's
highlighting the fact everybody does it a little differently.
His patron, he calls him the floof army, doesn't he? You floof your cotton. You floof your cotton.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Although, with the economy we have now, I don't think there's much of an army left for anybody.
Oh, no. Well, that's why he's lost his studio, isn't it?
Man, he used to make some really good reviews when he had that studio. Hold on.
Yeah,
Mate, you're supposed to look out for my image.
Your image?
Oh! Some light on the subject would help.
I wasn't looking at you. I was looking at the bill, so I do apologise.
Well, you don't give a shit about what I look like. You only care about what the tank looks like. I understand.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm not going to
that's
fault you for having your priorities in the right place.
I was that engrossed, you see.
All right, folks.
I just thought you were going for the Hollywood look. That's all that you don't like.
Oh yeah. Listen, lately I've been watching The Fall Guy. You remember watching The Fall Guy growing up in the 80s? The Stunt Man with Heather Thomas, the 80s pinup queen.
It was the $6 million man, wasn't it? Lee Majors.
Lee Majors was the $6 million man first, yeah.
Yeah, and then he done that.
And then he done The Fall Guy. And just like a lot of the 80s shows, they always brought on guests that were big name actors, you know, Buddy Holly.
That's right, yeah. The cameo role, as they call it now.
Yeah. Oh, man, I'm going to have to make 120 mils of this stuff. I haven't even vaped it yet, and I can tell you how good it is.
Excuse me. I'll let that go a bit dry. Ooh. Oh, God damn it.
All right, that's the V2 with the 3 rows of airflow slots. And that's the one thing I've always, done with Steam Crave stuff. See how they got to line up the slots? If you don't line up the slots, it doesn't go in the whole way, and then you won't be able to get this cap on the whole way, and you get leaking issues, all kinds of other stuff.
It's a clever idea because the way it lines up, it lines your coils up perfectly with the airflow.
But that's the nice thing about it is you take this and put it on your build stand, and you turn it clockwise to lock it. It will fall into place and won't turn any further.
Exactly.
Then you push down on it, untwist it.
Bring it out, it's all in.
What the get back in there? What's going on here, Steam Crave? Thought your tolerances were nice and tight before. There you go. It's not in there.
You missed that totally.
Holy cow, is this loose? That's not how the old one used to be. This one was tight. Twisting this is very hard to get it to snap down in there. This V3 is so much looser. Look at this thing.
You're not on the O-ring, man. The O-ring's sitting proud.
Where is the O-ring?
Where's the ring on that? Should there be? Was there an O-ring on it? I don't know.
No, mate. I pulled it out of the package like this. They don't use O-rings? Look how loose that is. There's no O-ring here either.
That would be on the inside. Is there an O-ring on the inside there? There's a black one inside.
Yeah, there's one inside there.
I think that's the one that seals everything up.
Yeah, I can feel it grabbing, that O-ring tensioning. And this is so much looser too, the airflow control.
Yeah.
How about the juice flow control?
It is pretty loose. The juice flow, I think, is a little bit tight to start with, but once you get a bit of use,
once you get some e-liquid in there. Don't forget to open the juice flow control.
Yeah. Close it when you fill it, open it when you're done.
All right, I'm going wide up. The other thing I don't really care for this one is you have to line up this hole. You know what I mean? It's not infinitely adjustable.
No. I mean, the basic settings, it's nothing. It's not like a free rein.
But there's no stops on it, is there?
No.
I don't know, mate.
I don't know if it would work with stops on though, would it? Because if you put a stopper on, you're not going to get. It's obviously got to turn 360 degrees because it's got to do the same on the other side, hasn't it?
You can put stops on it. Turning it 180 degrees, there's places in between where there is nothing.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Let's get the Titan out.
Wait.
We'll slap that bad boy on a Titan. Just dump that juice in there.
Oh yeah, it takes near filling, does it? Lump it in. You'll probably find that once you've opened the juice control, you'll probably have to dump some more in. Because by the time it fills a little reservoir at the bottom, I think it takes about 2 mil at the bottom, doesn't it? Something like that.
Yeah, in RDA mode, it holds 3 mils of juice.
Yeah. That's crazy, isn't it? Oh, do you 3 mils sitting in the bottom? Jesus Christ.
Oh, yeah, because you got all this juice flow control stuff
Yeah.
here. She's unlocked.
I mean, don't get us wrong, the V2, I still like the V2. That's still nice. V2 is still a nice tank, you know what I mean?
I do like it, but it wasn't as flavorful as I would like it to be. And people said, well, you got to crank the heat to it. If you crank the heat to it, it's good. But some of the fruits and stuff, when you crank the heat to it, you lose all that flavor or you lose the sweetness.
Yeah.
All right, 0.11. We're going to go with what, 4.8 volts? Let's go with 4.5 to start. Wide open. Too much.
Too hot.
Start at 3.5.
Too much.
Telemarketers. I made this a 6, didn't I? It's real throaty. It's a delicious New York strawberry cheesecake, though. See, lately I've been doing the reviews of these disposables, and they're all salt-based. No throat hit whatsoever.
So you go to Nick base. Oops. That's why I like salts. I love salts. You're gonna get a Nicky buzz here. I can see it coming.
Already. I only have, what, 3 toots of the thing? Holy cow. Did I mix that juice right? I'll have to go watch the replay. Where's my recipe?
I see it.
$60 guy, that's his recipe. $60 guy, New York strawberry cheesecake.
Ah, now it rings a bell, yeah.
And it was a 6 milligram.
That's why. You're putting all that heat through 6 milligram, you're going to be way.
I'm telling you, though, that's a fantastic recipe. Sweetness is just right. I'm getting a beautiful cheesecake. Holy cow. Folks, if you want yourself a nice strawberry cheesecake, there's a recipe right there. Let me move the mouse out of the way. There you go.
You've already had that, what, standing a week? You just stood a week?
August 15th. We're at September 26th. It's been a month.
Oh, a month, sorry.
The sweetness is perfect. The cheesecake's coming out. The strawberry's there. And the strawberry's nuanced. It tastes like an actual strawberry, not like a candied strawberry.
Yeah.
What a fantastic tank, fantastic recipe for this e-liquid.
So you're liking the tank, yeah?
Loving it.
Phew, I'm glad. My reputation was on the line there.
I definitely need to mix up a jar of this at 3 milligram now to put into a cloud chucker like this.
Yeah. Just get a nice deep pull on it, yeah?
That reminds me, whenever I did the review for the Titan, and I had that Kris Kringle's e-liquid in there. Even at a 3, man, the head buzz off of those clouds, I was chucking and chucking and chucking. And the thing is, with a 3, you don't realize it right away.
No.
I took like 8 power drags on the thing, cranked it up, and it's just, I clouded out my room, and man, did I get a buzz off of that.
Yeah, man, like I said, you know, they're a tank that takes a bit of wattage, but, you know, the rewards. I mean,
the rewards are well worth it. Fantastic.
It's like people think, you know, oh Christ, I couldn't be up to 100 watts, but if you've got like a building, you know, the 100 watts doesn't feel like 100 watts, if you know what I mean. You know what I'm just saying? It's not hot.
Cut it back. 2 holes on the top row.
You know what my favourite one is? I'll tell you my favourite setting on that. You know where I set that at?
Where that?
I have one row. And the bottom airflow. That's where I think it's nice for me.
All right, cut it down 1 more slot. Just the bottom row.
And the bottom airflow. I think for me that's where it shines.
Yeah.
That's pretty much where I have it when I vape it. I've had it wide open, but
The thing is, when I have it at 1 row, because of how hot I like my vape, I like mine on the cooler side. I dropped it to 2.8 volts with the 1 row.
Yeah.
And it's just too warm. Three volts, 2 holes in the top row, and full open and full bottom. Perfect. Perfect flavor.
Let's say I kind of sit 1 row, 1 hole, and I can chuck 100 watts through it, and that's spot on. But again, you know, that's the variety of vape. It depends on your build as well. You know, if you've got to build that can take that kind of watch and still feel reasonably cool. There's so many.
There's so many variables. Everybody's so different on it.
Yeah.
Like you like the restriction you get with that top row completely closed, but that's just a hair less than I like it.
I have like one row in the bottom. That's where my sweet spot is. Well, you try that on bottom only, you'll feel how tight it is. For me, that doesn't work.
No, that's too tight.
Bottom only. It's too. It just gets too hot.
Okay. This is the reason I got the other coffee maker, because I need a flat white.
So now you need a caffeine buzz to counter the
to counter the alcohol and the nick buzz.
Yeah. I love it. Oh, you're some boy.
Pull the little tray out.
I like this style.
And drop in the little.
But there you go, Dusty County Road is asking the question.
How does a vape? Fantastic. And the taste is worth the money. I know $60 is a lot to pay for a tank, especially when you have to throw the tax on top of the $54 that Element's charging for it now. Ohio, they don't charge on vape gear. They only charge on e-liquid. So for you, it's worth the $54. Well,
it's a
$8 signature charge.
Yeah.
Adult signature.
Oh, come on, you can't ask that question, Dusty. It's not going to be the same because it's a bigger tank.
How does it compare to the Arbiter 2 on flavor? I think the Arbiter 2 is better flavor.
It's going to be slightly less because it's a bigger tank. That's.
You're going to get more airflow out of the Steam Crave Aromizer Plus V2 than you will out of the Arbiter 2. The Arbiter 2, the airflow is carefully crafted into that V shape for your coils. So it's a little bit more restrictive than this is. Although you can make the restriction on this the same as the Arbiter 2.
The thing with Steam Crave, they've kind of tried to blend flavor with cloud chugging. They've tried to hit the middle road where you get a bit of both. You know, your smaller tanks, some tanks have a flavor, some tanks have a cloud chugging. It's getting that happy medium.
There's a continuum of flavor and a continuum of clouds.
Yeah.
And each of them are going to blend those differently together.
Definitely.
And you have the ability to control your airflow and you control the heat with your wattage. So you can find something that's going to be perfect for you.
It's like you say, some tanks are flavor tanks, some tanks are just cloud chugging tanks. I mean,
the V3 is definitely more flavorful than the V2, without a doubt.
Oh, I found that. But that bottom airflow was a game.
That bottom airflow made a massive difference.
Yeah, definitely. Fat Rabbit, I'd say it's better than the Fat Rabbit, Dusty. Definitely better than the Fat Rabbit.
Fat Rabbit has way more airflow.
The Fat Rabbit's got more for flavor. It leaves the Fat Rabbit for dead. Really, it does.
In order to get the flavor on this, you got to cut back the airflow, just like Kenny has his favorite position, where you cut the top row completely off. You have a single row of little holes, and you have the bottom airflow. That's comparable to the Arbiter 2.
Yeah, that's kind of where I like it, comfortable. And I don't get us wrong,
still not quite as flavorful.
You can still crank the wattage up on them settings. That's the beauty of it. You've got all those airflow choices where you can play with it and you can just find your little sweet spot. And for me, that's my sweet spot. Mightn't be for you, but it is for me.
I can't honestly review it right now. I've got too much of a Nick Buzz to keep tasting it and keep trying it, turning the... I'm going to have to come back to this later on today after the show, and I'll play with the settings some more, and adjust the voltage, adjust the airflow. You could potentially get more flavor out of this than the Arbiter 2, but it's going to be with less airflow than the Arbiter 2. So for somebody like me where the Arbiter 2 doesn't give you enough airflow already, nah. But I can get pretty damn close with the setting I have it on now.
Yeah.
And the sacrifice, just a tiny bit of flavor for a tank that is quality machined and has never leaked for me.
That Steam Crave has got that. That's their speciality. They have got that lovely balance between vapor and airflow. The flavor, they're literally there with it. You know what I mean? That's the beauty of Steam Crave products.
I can see exactly what happened here. Looking at the V2 and how tight the tolerances were on there, and I heard a lot of people complaining you couldn't adjust the airflow because it was way too tight on the V2.
Yeah.
They've loosened the tolerances. So like you saw, that bottom deck is very loose in there. Yeah. But there was no O-ring, so it's very easy for you to put it in and out, swap them out. Mm-hmm. I'm curious to see what this is going to taste like with a mesh deck in there.
Oh, you'd be blown away, mate. Oh, it's even better.
A mesh deck inside of this would easily blow away the Arbiter 2. Because you can't put mesh into an Arbiter 2. The saturation would be way up there.
I think that was a lot of like hype when the Titan came out. They thought, oh, it's a big bulky tank, it'll just be a flavourless cloud chucker. But you get decent flavour out of the Titan for what it is.
I can't get over this. Look at that foam on top of that.
Oh my God.
That's something that Keurig can't do. The Nescafe
Holy moly.
Nails this whole foam aspect to it.
Oh, spot on, man.
It's just like the icing on a cake. It's just that one last little bit that takes the texture and brings you a different experience than what you can with just a regular coffee.
If you pardon the pun, that's a pod system for you.
Yeah. I can't pick up a pod right now to try and to compare it.
Oh, I love it.
I knew when I was at Brick City Vapors in North Olmsted, I should have bought a 0 milligram pod.
Mm. They're nice. Like I like the odd one.
Just a simple flat white.
Best way to have it, mate. Nice flat white. I'm a big fan of flat whites. I have the odd cappuccino, but that's about as far as I can.
A nice flat white has no sweetness to it whatsoever. It's basically a milky coffee.
It's exactly what you want. So good, isn't it?
And I know it's not real coffee. It's instant coffee. You can pull the pot apart and take a look in there. There's no coffee in there. It's just a powdered concoction, artificial. But man, is that good.
You can get proper coffee pods for them. You know, you'd have been, what's it called again? I'm trying to think what the name of it was. You can't get it's like a black coffee. That's all it does. Bang, a black coffee, and I can't remember what the fucking name of the pod was called again. So they are available. Definitely. The name escapes us. It depends on your machine as well. It depends on what machine you've got. The Dolce Gusto. I think that's the one we've got, actually. And I'm sure you can get black thingy. Oh, the Nesquicks, the Nesquik milks. Oh, God, no.
Listen,
Nesquik
mate, I picked up a 3-pack of that Nesquik for the cost of 1 box of flat white.
Yeah.
Corporations don't give a shit about your health. One bit. They're all about how much money they can make and how much product they can sell you repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
You know that Nesquik is no good for you. It's nothing but sugar. Artificial flavorings.
It's kind of like a saying that everything that's bad for you tastes so good, so to speak. It's just, yeah.
Wife was going to come home and make some grilled chicken, a rice pilaf, and some vegetables, right? Last night. You know what she ended up making me?
Come on.
A Pittsburgher sandwich with chicken breast. Grilled chicken. Cut up a couple of potatoes, fried them up into French fries because she needed them for the sandwich. So you had a side of fries. You had the fries on the sandwich. You had coleslaw, grilled chicken, and she grilled the Italian bread for the bun.
Wow. Sounds like a Subway.
I think Subway would be healthier for you because of the vegetables you'd put on the sandwich.
You know what it is? It's a thing that I've tried and I absolutely love it, but I never ever seem to get it more regular. You know, it's always the usual easy stuff, the pizza or the Chinese or the Indians. I never get a Subway. I don't know why, because I love a Subway. Especially the meatball one. Oh, God.
Yeah.
The meatball one.
My
shit.
son used to drive me crazy when he was still in the house and young. We'd go to Subway. You know what he'd order? A ham and cheese.
What?
Nothing on it. Just ham and cheese. And he'd, have them heated or he'd eat it cold.
Oh, my God.
Why would you go to Subway and just get ham and cheese? No toppings.
Make one of them in the home.
You can have that at home.
House. Yeah, that's the point. Oh, I got to tell me, what topping would you like? Everything.
Everything except for the jalapenos. Banana peppers, yes.
I didn't mind them. The jalapenos, I didn't mind them.
Lettuce, onion, tomatoes, black olives, banana peppers.
I'm not a big fan of black olives, I'll be honest with that one. I think I just balls of grease. That's what the taste.
They're better than the green olives.
Well, yeah. But
Tart
I'm just not a
monstrosity.
fan
It's
of
kind of like
olives.
pickles. No, I don't want pickles on there. I can eat a side. I can eat a kosher pickle on the side, but I don't want it on my sandwich.
Pickles, God, I love pickle, man. Everything's gonna be pickle, man. Oh,
That's the way my wife is.
I love pickle. Oh, I love pickles.
She would rather you go to Subway and start with the pickles, then you put the meat on, then you put the pickles on, then you put the cheese on, then you put the pickles on, and then you can put the rest of the, lettuce and onions and no tomato. She doesn't want tomato.
Hell yeah. I like it. Pickles and chutneys. I love that kind of stuff. I love pickles and chutneys. I love them. Absolutely adore stuff like that. Love it, man. It just puts the icing on the cake, so to speak. Beautiful.
All right.
We've got like a thing here. It's called Branston pickle. It's a jar of pickle, and honestly, I put on everything. It's gorgeous. Beautiful.
Oh, what a perfect combination. This flat white with that strawberry cheesecake.
Wow. It's going together well, yeah?
Mate, I'm going to make you 120 of this.
Look forward. I like a cheesecake, I must confess.
That might be the best DIY recipe I've mixed up so far.
Judging by the way 6 mils affected you, do not do me a 6 mil.
No, mate. All the stuff I make for you is 3.
I gotta say, fucking hell, I'll be arse. I'll be like,
Like I made that mistake with the 1 bottle I sent you.
Oh, Christ, I was fucking pounding off that, man. Jesus Christ, I was fucking floating. Now when you're walking, whoa. Wow, mate. The thing is, the ironic thing is, it was a little bit throaty, but it wasn't like as thought what it would be. So that's why I thought, it's all right. This and when I got up, Jesus Christ.
The room was spinning. It wasn't just your head. It's just like, whoa.
Holy shit, man! I went, fuck now. What's in that? It was nice.
That was, I think, a 10.
Yeah.
It's kind of like reminds me of the chili I made the one time. I bought this little tiny bottle of Dave's Insanity sauce. It's supposed to be some hot stuff. And I'm like, oh, this will be perfect for chili.
Yeah.
I put, shook it in there like it was old El Paso or whatever hot stuff.
Like a mild curry.
I doubled the chili recipe. It was still too hot to eat. Like, it reminded me of when I was growing up as a kid and my dad used to eat this lecsó. It's a Hungarian, basically. It's, you take all the different kinds of hot pepper you have and onions, and you sweat them down into a pan, and he would just eat that, and it was called lecsó. And when he ate hot stuff, his face literally turned beet red, and sweat would be pouring off his brow, and then you'd hear him say, "That is the best meal I've ever eaten in my entire life."
No, like you think, no, you just burnt your fucking taste buds to a crisp. How was that the best meal you've ever tasted?
I couldn't understand how he was like that.
I couldn't understand it as well. I mean, my brother used to like vindaloo, like an Indian curry vindaloo, right? He used to love it. And I was going, it's hot now. No, not one day. I said, we went out to an actual Indian, I think it was like a football duel. All football team went out for a meal in Indians. And he had a vanilla. I says, "Yeah, give us a taste this. Let's hear the crack with this." Because I'm not as spicy. When it comes to, I'm not really spicy. I'm medium to hot, but I'm not mega hot. Give it a taste. Took a couple of spoonfuls and went, is that it? Like, there's nothing in it. Now all of a sudden it kicked in. The sweat pissed off my mouth just exploded with the heat. I was like, holy
I don't know how they do that with Indian food. With any other hot food, as soon as you eat it, you feel it right away. Indian food, you eat it, and then all of a sudden it's like a minute or 2 minutes later, all of a sudden it hits you how much spice you just had.
Yeah. And my God, I was thinking, how can you eat something that burns the inside of your mouth out? You know what I mean? It's just, why?
I used to hate hot and spicy food when I was younger, but I mean, as I've gotten older, all of a sudden it's like, you know what? I kind of like that spice every once in a while.
I can kind of do a bit more. Before, I couldn't touch anything spicy. I mean, I did have I had a thing with chilies for a long time where I had a bad reaction to them. I was like literally allergic to them. I used to fucking, the windpipe used to fucking swell up and everything off them. I used to have a really bad reaction off them. And that's kind of like faded away as I've gotten older. I can eat that kind of stuff, but in the early days, honestly, they've said you don't eat fucking chilies, mate. You kind of because my windpipe used to literally, you know what I mean?
My wife seasons the food perfectly, and I love how flavorful it is. My daughter every once in a while complains, "This is spicy. This is too spicy." I'm like, no, it's flavorful. It's not spicy or hot at all.
I mean, I think I've got to take I've tried the Benz for Matty Day's night, and I thought, well, I'm getting a kebab with the chili sauce. Years ago, I wouldn't entertain the chili sauce because it was just always too hot, but now I'm like, whoa, this is good shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think you appreciate it as you get older, but obviously
you appreciate it as you get older because your taste buds slowly dwindle away as time goes on. So it takes a lot more to fire you up as it did when you were younger.
Also, I was a smoker then. Now I'm not, so I'd appreciate it even better.
That's definitely true.
Yeah. But yeah, brilliant, man. Don't mind a little bit of spice, not too hot. Well,
if you like the Fat Rabbit, you'll love this one. I know you like the Arbiter. This falls between the Fat Rabbit and the Arbiter.
I think it pisses. I think it's better than the Rabbit. By a mile.
Fat Rabbit was definitely designed to be a cloud chucker and not a flavor chaser.
A flavor. Like I said, that's
Don't
where
get me
Steve
wrong;
Craven
it gives
getting
you
that-
plenty of flavor, but
Yeah.
that's not. It was designed more for cloud chucking than it is flavor chasing.
That's why I like Steam Cam, because they've got that balance. They've got. I mean, like I say,
They've
the
always
Titan
tried
and
to get
everything,
that balance.
Yeah, you know, the Titan, everything. Oh, it's going to be a 40 ml cloud chuck, and that's it. Near flavour. You get half decent flavour out of the Titan. It's not too bad, is it?
Well, the Steam Crave with this parallel mesh deck that goes in there, that is a flavor chasing machine, and it produces tons of flavor while you dump an entire bottle of e-liquid into it.
Awesome tank. Awesome tank.
But they know exactly how to control the airflow.
Yeah.
And controlling the airflow like that forces the air right up against the coil so you don't lose any flavor, because it maintains the velocity of the air going through there.
They definitely nailed it. Definitely nailed it. But then again, them pretty much the company that pretty much invented RTAs. That's where it all started with Steam Crave.
I don't know. There's really no room for improvement there.
That's always been my thought. It's like, where do you see like rebuildables going? I mean, you know, you had the wattage race, you had the airflow race, the flavor. You know, modern day tanks now are phenomenal. You know, it's hard to pick.
The Kylan V3
It's
proved
like
that to me. They've got it now
Yeah.
where they will literally limit how much airflow you have to maintain a certain level of flavoring.
Yeah.
So
That's right.
you get more than enough airflow to satisfy 99% of the people out there, but they're not going to go to 100% satisfaction for people, because in order to do that, there's going to be plenty of people that are going to get it, throw it together, and go, man, this has no flavor whatsoever. So they would rather limit how many orifices you have for honeycomb airflow for your coils, forcing you to have just a little less airflow.
Yeah.
But they do that to guarantee that every one of their customers gets some flavor expectations met.
But again, I mean, Kylan's have always been a bit finicky to get it right. You know, I mean, the early Kylans used to fucking leak if you didn't rick it white and all that. They've always been a bit finicky, but when you got it right, you got it right, and they were fantastic. Absolutely amazing.
But I would much rather have a Kylan M with a mesh coil than a profile. A profile was 10 times harder to wick properly than a Kylan ever was.
Yeah.
With the Kylan, you created the bow tie, and you created, you know, a filling the chamber without actually compressing the cotton, and you got amazing saturation in the flavor.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And only
thing I
one
never
time that I
wanted
did it, that I
Kylan.
actually get it to the point where it was getting dry hits.
I never ever bought the Kylan M, well, pretty much because, you know, I could never ever get joy out of a mesh coil build, and I should just fucking totally mess it up. Obviously, since I'm getting that Titan deck and I've had a bit play about with it, wow. Especially that little Doom that I done the other week, or a few weeks ago, that sat on my, I had one go at it, dry hit, fuck that, it sat on the shelf for fuck knows how long. And I thought, bollocks to that, I'd have another go at it, and yeah, never looked back. Absolutely love
Yeah,
it.
once you figure out the tanks and how each of them require the wicking to be, that's the other thing that surprises me about this Steam Crave is that hole where it went in looked like it was small. But after I thinned the cottons, I'm thinking to myself, did I thin it too much? Because there was so much space inside there.
Yeah. I think it's a kind of like a dam method type of thing, isn't it? You're just sitting there cutting over the top of them fucking, you know, as long as you cover them holes, they're kind of okay.
But that's something else I've noticed Steam Crave has done over the years, is it used to be a dam method with just a thin, tiny slot for the juice to come through.
Right, yeah.
Now they've gotten to the point now where they're using the majority, probably 80% of that bottom well is now open for juice control, juice flow.
Yeah, it's huge. It's huge.
You don't have to dam it. You could literally have your strands of cotton hanging down through there into the bottom deck and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah. They've come a long way, definitely, but for the better, definitely.
I don't think there's anything about this recipe I would change. The sweetness is 0.5%, and that is perfect balance for the strawberry and the cheesecake that's in this.
And yet, you're vaping that through a... Oh, hang on. Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
That was exhale out my nose. That's what it makes us do. I sneeze like fuck. But you're using that juice as well in a large tank. So imagine if you're using your Arbiter or your Kylan 3 or an RDA. It's going to shine even more. I know.
And the thing is, I just cleaned my Arbiters too, because they were all getting kind of gunked up.
So if that's the flavor it's given in a large cloud chucking tank, what's it going to, like you say, what's it going to be like in the Arbiter? It's going to be tenfold.
I'm embarrassed with how dirty these coils are.
You dirty bastard.
I went at least 2 weeks beyond when I should have cleaned and rewicked that thing. But
yeah, I've done that before. I've had coils that were black, you know what I mean?
yeah, but when you get some really good flavorful juice, even when the coils are gunked up, you still get amazing flavor out of it.
Nah, yeah, you don't want to share them, do you? I'll get rid of the tank full, fuck it. It's weird, isn't it?
All right, mate, time for a random recipe to get our juices flowing.
Yes, let's go for it, my friend.
All right, a quick drop in here from William Henderson. He put up his hand check, and I didn't fully bring it up. There we go. Talk about a hand check, mate. Fantastic. We've got a wide assortment of stuff here. We've got ourselves the Pulse, Dovepo Odin. Oh, man, you got two Dovepo Odins. One's probably a DNA, I would imagine, unless you just got two different colors. You got Geek Vape, Free Max, Vaporesso. Holy cow, we've got, what's that one? That's the Yeehee board inside of this one. The way the button is set up, the radio button there. More Geek Vape down here. Beautiful hand check. Love it. Aegis Max. Fantastic. All right, Sherlock Holmes. Need you to come up with something for us to make. 492 flavors. You got to come up with something good.
My apologies.
Awesome. William Henderson dropped in his hand check. It's the only thing you missed.
Oh. What do you have?
What didn't he have, mate? Look at that.
Oh, fucking hell. Got quite a collection, hasn't he?
Yeah, a little bit of everything from multiple manufacturers. Got a bunch of Geek Vape stuff, some Dove Po Odins, the Pulse.
Wow. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice, man. Very nice.
Hatchet mods.
Very nice.
Beautiful. So what are we making today? Guava Peach Clone in Max VG. This is supposed to be a juice head Guava Peach Clone. Dragon fruit, juicy peach, 0.5% super sweet, and 3% sweet guava. All right. Let's just do that one. Let's not even look around for other stuff. We'll adapt this. Let's do a 60. We'll do it in 3. I learned my lesson today. Thank you very much.
No 6 milligram for you, mate.
That's what happens when you were doing disposable reviews and they're all 50s. All right, Let's grab these ingredients here. TPA's dragon fruit, TPA's juicy peach, Capella's sweet guava and super sweet.
Looks a pretty simple recipe, like not too complex.
Now I just need to find a 60 ml bottle. There you go. Get a lid. What kind of crisps are you eating today?
The peanuts.
Peanuts?
Yeah.
My wife made some brownies the other day and bought a bag of walnuts. I forgot how much I loved walnuts.
Oh, these are like like an Indian flavor. These are balty. They've got like a crispy shell on the outside with a peanut inside, and they're bloody lovely.
How ironic is that? You know, we're just taking a look at that pulse, and here's a for the swell mod.
A pulse. Holy shit, eh? Wow. Bit of an omen, my friend.
All right, move these off to the side. Let's grab our scale. Move the coils and our steam crave stuff. See how far off we are.
Wow.
There we go.
That looks good.
Tear that out. Secret sauce. Use sparingly.
As always. Yeah, use that sparingly for you, my mate.
1.86.
Oh, it's lovely.
Look, I went over.
Well, by 0.04. Well, it's not going to give you a 6, is it? I mean,
No, that's going to be a 3.2.
Yeah.
Problem solved. Little dragon fruit. 1.5% is 0.92 grams.
There's many a time I've overdone the nick and not by the amount. And to be quite honest, you never really notice it. I mean, I normally go on 5.18 in a 120 ml bottle, and I've had up to 5.6, and it's made no difference.
Some juicy peach. 5% translates to 3. 3 grams.
I like peach. Like nice flavored peach.
Peach is one that I've learned you need to let it sit for a while before you actually judge it.
Yeah.
Because I've had it before where I've done the peach and I go to do a shake and vape, and I'm like, there's no peach flavor to this at all. And you leave it sit, and you come back to it a month later, and holy cow, is it peachy. And I've had ones where I've done a shake and vape, and the peach was like so pungent and in your face that it was like tart and chemically, but you leave it sit and you come back to it in a month, and it settles right into that recipe. There are some things that it mixes with well, and some things that it just has to compete and fight its way through.
It's like you say, it's like Vic's peach custard. You know, you've got to leave that a long time to steep. You know what I mean? Before it comes through.
1.85 of this sweet guava. Let's see if I can use it up on this recipe, because I got a big 60 ml of it here. I keep grabbing by mistake. I made a lot of different guava recipes. 1.85, not 6.5. Okay. Done. Just a hint of sweetener. He uses Capella, so that's what we'll throw in. 0.32. All right, do some math. 1.85 since I didn't tear it out. $2.17.
I've done that before. You know, you add stuff you didn't tear it, you think, oh shit.
Close enough. So easy to go over, especially when you're trying to dispense it out of a 120 ml bottle like this.
Oh god. Wait, 0.18. I mean, come on, it's 0.17, so you're 0.1.
And he's going for max VG, so we've got no more PG to this, which is going to be a 90% VG solution. So it's a 90-10.
Max VG, it's going to be cloudy.
I'm curious to see what the flavoring is going to be like in this, because typically when you do a max VG, you have to push your flavoring percentages higher.
Yeah.
Because PG is a good carrier for flavoring.
Well, that's it. PG's for flavor, VG's for clouds, isn't it?
Exactly. So to do a max VG and say that your recipe is comparable to Juice Head, that's a pretty bold statement there.
My max VGs are kind of gone for 80-20. I've never done a 90-10.
Gonna throw a label on this before I forget.
Got all the toys, boys and girls. Boom. One label.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Yeah, man.
Done.
Oh, Charles.
Would you expect any different knowing that we make up a random recipe every single week?
Of course not, my friend. Of course not. I think that's going to be a steeper. Like you say with peach. Max VG.
Yes. It is going to take a while, quite a while, for that to reach equilibrium in here. For that peach to evenly distribute itself throughout all of that VG. So, since we can't taste that one, how about I grab a drop that I've cleaned, throw some wick in it, and we'll try Mallory's Blue Balls.
Yeah. I forgot about that.
Three fits in there nicely.
Way out.
Make sure the end is rounded, not smushed down.
Yeah. That don't help, does it?
Put our thumbnail on this. Pull this sucker through. Because that sucker's in there tight. This last batch has been a little thicker than it normally is.
Yeah.
Snip that, snip that. Tuck and drop. No need to get fancy with it as I sit here and rip it apart.
That's the beauty of it is, man. You don't have to be picky, fancy. You just whack it in.
All right, what are we throwing this on?
Ooh.
Let's go the Jackaroo. Hasn't been used since the Kylan V3. .38.
Lovely. We have vapor.
Awesome.
Oh, put that down there. That down there.
All right, a couple things to deal with after the show, but nothing pressing. So, what's she going to taste like? Let's do a knuckle test.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you so whistly today? Maybe because I shoved too much cotton in this side. There's no undercoil airflow. There you go, boys and girls. Got to make sure your airflow can go underneath the coil.
Oh yeah, don't bung it up with cotton.
Otherwise, you get a
Don't be
big,
doing
massive
that,
amount of airflow could potential between the two posts on the one side, and the other side is just nothing but a dam. I know the drop's not a very flavorful dripper, but it's not a very flavorful juice. Not like that strawberry cheesecake. What percentages did she use in this recipe? Let's go take a look at it.
So you see, I just wonder if she should have bumped the flavours up with it being a max VG.
Let's see, that's the problem with some of these ones. Well, I don't think hers was. Where is it? Blue Walls. 3% of Capella's blueberry, 8% juicy peach, and 4% raspberry. 15% flavoring should be more than enough.
Yeah.
The juicy peach I'm not getting. I get the scent of the raspberry. I don't get the taste of the raspberry. You know what? You know what's not in this recipe?
You need someone to bring it out, don't you?
What's missing? What do you need to enhance your flavors? Most people do. Some people are purists and they don't use any sweetener.
Yeah.
There's no sweetener in this recipe whatsoever. All right.
I think what they've aimed for is to get them rather the fruit of the peach rather than a candy peach.
There's also a lot of people that put recipes on there and omit the sweetness they use because they want you to sweeten it to your taste. So let's edit this recipe.
Yeah.
And just do 0.5% for now, just to try it. So we need 0.3 added to this recipe.
It's amazing what sweetener can do, like, and it's just, you know, people think it's gonna make it sweet, but it's not. It just enhances other flavors as well. It's such a durable, variable flavor.
And that's the one thing that even Paul mentioned or started to talk about was enhancers. Point 3. We got a full jar, so this is much easier to control.
Yeah.
And the drops are smaller than they were on the other one. One more. Nope. Perfect.
Nailed that one, buddy. You nailed that one. Wow. Holy shit, that's quite good, actually. I thought I wouldn't like that. I'm just trying them little flavour samples, centres. I put 1.25, obviously, me secret sauce in. And I'm currently on the old, I didn't think I would like this.
Peanut butter.
On its
Yeah.
own, but it's actually quite pleasant. It's not in your face.
I was looking forward. He sent me a sample of that before he made that recipe.
Wow, it's really nice. I'm pleasantly surprised by that because I didn't think it would be my cup of tea.
Okay, so 0.5% of super sweet putting into this recipe does not make the recipe sweet. But I now taste the peach, I now taste the raspberry, and I'm getting a hint of a blueberry.
Wow.
It's nowhere near a commercial juice. This is what DIY juice recipes taste like on their own.
Yeah. Do you think if you put more sweetener in, it will be more commercialized when some of that sweetness comes
Oh, there's no
through?
question about it. You could put another 1% of sweetener in there and get this thing to taste like a commercial juice. I'm going to put another 0.5% in it, though. Another 0.3, because I do want this to have a little sweetness to it.
That's kind of, that's kind of where the commercial liquids sit, you know, the bombard it with sweetener to bring in, you know, make it
And if
sweet
you
taste.
think about it, though, I mean, if you were to drink a peach juice, it would be very sweet. It's all fructose.
Yeah. Hopefully that's good. Here's a second like a new battery. This one's just not quite cutting it.
There you go. That quick. Add another 0.3 in there. Give her a quick shake.
Oh, excuse me, I'm just at the battery charging station. I'm just getting some batteries all sorted out here. Oh, fuck, I've got no longer than
Holy cow, did that wake up those flavors even more. Now the peach is forefront and pushed in there. You cannot miss it whatsoever.
That good.
That right there, 1% of super sweet in there, brought the peach up so that it's definitely a peach flavor to it, is prominent. Raspberry undertones.
Wow.
The blueberry is still kind of limp.
Fucking come on, you bastard.
You can tell it's not just peach and raspberry, though. But it's still kind of a mystery as to what the third ingredient is. If I didn't know that there was blueberry in here, I don't think I could call it out.
Yeah. Could be more of an enhancer rather than an actual outstanding flavour.
Capella at 3%. It should be fine. But it's not like Capella's blueberry is like in your face blueberry.
Yeah.
It's like the blueberry I got out of this disposable, this one Robo disposable.
Yeah.
It says it's a blue raz. Now, when I hear blue raz, I think of blue raspberry cotton candy. Because that's what I vaped all that time, right?
Yeah.
It's got a funky off note to it. It's not cotton candy. There's no cotton candy aspect to it. If you added some ethyl maltol, you could get that blue raspberry cotton candy flavor. It's legit like a blueberry and a raspberry flavor. But it is not the same that you get in this direct-to-lung blue raz.
Yeah.
This is more towards the cotton candy flavor without being pushed super sweet. This is legit like a blueberry and a raspberry. Clean blueberry raspberry flavor.
Yeah.
Clean blue raz. and spent coil.
Spent coil.
Yeah, definitely. This one's toast. Time to finish that review up.
Just out of curiosity, how long have you been running that before it burned out?
I rafed it for 3 days straight.
That's not too bad.
Not exclusively, because like in the evenings when the wife comes home from work, I go back to my tank.
Of course.
I'm gonna have to send you that bottle, mate. It's a lemon tart. I mixed it up at 3.
Ooh.
And 3's not enough for me.
Really?
I vape it as an accent to all these other devices I got going on. It's not enough of a nick. I need the 6. For my mental acuity purposes, I need the 6. Not because I need the nick. But
you know, it's the level you're comfortable at, mate. You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, these blue balls, 1%. I'm going to edit it and save it. That's what it needs. There you go. That's blue balls for me, right there. Peaches primary, raspberry secondary. Blueberry is like an accent. I don't know if it's fighting with the raspberry to try and get some reveal or what, but I don't get blueberry. I get a twisted raspberry.
Right? Here's something I wanted to ask you, right? I've
Sure.
tried a couple of flavors that are apple and pear. And on most of them, the pear is non-existent.
The pear adds mouthfeel. It gives you that juicy mouthfeel you expect from an apple. Otherwise, the apple by itself, I have yet to find an apple. The Purellum's country apple gives you a little bit of a mouth feel for, if you push the sweetness, it's like the glaze you get in an apple pie with that apple flavor.
I get you. Because I guess, I was just wondering, I could never ever get any pear at all. With
No.
Primary apple was very,
But think
very
about it, though.
little
If
pear.
you eat a pear, what do you get? You get a juicy mouthfeel, but it really doesn't have a very distinct flavor that you could identify on its own.
Yeah, I mean, you bite into a flare, and just the pear that's dripping in it, it's just juice galore, and that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's literally like it's literally like a watermelon when you think about it. You just bite into it to make a ripe pear.
But it's got to be a
It's
ripe pear for it to be like that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it gives you kind of just that. And that's what the commercial pear flavorings do. They give you that juicy mouthfeel you get when it first starts to turn ripe.
So it's not so much the pear flavor, it's just the juiciness you get over it. Got you.
In the mouthfeel, right.
'Cause I remember when I first started vaping, the guy sold me just a pear juice, and it was fucking disgusting. Fucking horrible.
Because there really is no pear flavor that's
No, it
actually
was-
representative of a pear.
Tell a lie, it was called pear drops. That's what it was called. It was pear drops, which is kind of like a sweet over here. It's a candy sweet. My God, it was fucking horrible. Oh, it was chemically. It was harsh. Oh, it was vile.
Because
That's
somebody
one of the
took a bunch of pear flavors and just rammed it down your throat 8% and called it a day.
Yeah. And I think that was one of the reasons why I didn't take a vaping straight away. Because I bought the kit. I bought the Kangatech kit, fucking crap little kit. Oh, try this pear drop. I went, fuck that. Everything went on the shelf, back on the smokes.
What a fantastic vape that is.
And that's without sleeping that sticky one. That's good. That strawberry one's good, yeah. The strawberry cheesecake.
Yeah, that's a month into it. So I'll mix up a batch later today, maybe tomorrow, and I'll throw it into your box with the other ones.
Wait, you make me feel a bit guilty. You make me feel guilty now.
Why?
All I've got to put in your box so far is that.
So no worries, mate.
I mean, I'll dig something out.
Listen, mate, I'm not sending you a package so that you'd send me a package. I do it because I want to put a smile on your face and show some appreciation for what you've done.
Yeah, it's likewise for me, you know. Just like, yeah, something as a bit of like, you know, I appreciate all that's what we've done and everything. It's been amazing. Absolutely love it.
Listen. Carry out a random act of kindness with no expectation of reward. It's that simple.
But yeah, that's it is. But you know, I'll tell you what I want to send you. I want to send you an English £5 note because that'll be rare shortly because they're going out of production because obviously we've got a king now. So
that's
stick it
true.
Away a few years. Stick it away. It might be worth a few quid when your children and grandchildren, whatever, grow up.
My brother and sister's godparents would be going nuts over it. Actually, godfather passed away a while back because he was a lifelong smoker. But she is a big fan of the Queen of England. Big fan.
Really? Wow.
She was from England originally.
I think a lot of people now are collecting all the memorabilia now from the Queen, obviously with her passing. You know, I mean, it's like when you think about it, stuff that like where Queen Victoria, I think she was the second longest reigning queen, and the stuff that she, you know, memorabilia that they had for theirs worth a fortune now. You know what I mean? Absolutely worth a fortune.
Why?
And yet it was mass produced. You know, like with Jubilee mugs and all that stuff. It was mass produced, and yet, yeah, years to come.
Dusty says that he uses 1% to 2% sweetener. 0.5% just doesn't do it for him. Anymore, it brings the flavors out in the juice. Definitely. I wholeheartedly agree with you.
Yeah.
When I first got into vaping, I would have needed 2% sweetener in there to feel like it was a satisfying e-liquid. But DIYers, you know, you tend to pull it back because you want to be able to identify different flavorings in your recipes that you make. If it's got blueberry in there, I want to know that blueberry is in there. And I'm trying to, as I'm learning DIY, figure out what is that blueberry doing to that recipe? Is it there so you can tell it's blueberry, or is it there to twist the raspberry or to...
I think some people think when you add sweeteners, you're adding like an artificial type of thing, or you make it too sweet. But it's not the case, is it? You know, it's like you said, it's an enhancer. Okay, you might add a bit of sweetness, but you're going to enhance another flavor that you might be getting. So you know, there's two sides of the coin, you know.
And that's the perfect example, because the juicy peach that's in this one, you cannot taste it unless you add a little bit of sweetness to it. And even at 1%, it's not like a juicy, mouth-watering peach like I've had even in this beer.
Yeah.
In order for it to get the same level of juicy peach that's in this beer, I'd have to go to 2%.
Yeah.
But then you run into the other aspect of it is when you push the sweetness that far, your other flavors might disappear.
Yeah, it might dip. That's what you end up like with a sweet fucking too
a candy. You're going to end up with a peach candy.
Yeah.
That isn't just peach.
Yeah. Just everything else just disappears.
That's because the juicy peach is in there at 8%. Then you get your raspberry in there is like 4%. And then they augmented it with the blueberry at another 3 or 4%. So basically you've got this much of your peach and you've got this much of raspberry, which is a stronger flavor than the blueberry.
Yeah.
And you can play with those percentages if you want to, you know, tame down that raspberry so that you can taste the blueberry. Go to like a 2% on the blueberry, increase your raspberry to a 6% or your blueberry to a 6%, and now you're going to get a different flavor than the existing recipe. And I'm no master of DIY, but I know what I can do to get it so that I totally enjoy the flavors. I've taken other people's recipes now and I've tweaked them where, okay, it may have been enjoyable for them, but I don't get what you call the recipe. But I know how to get my recipe so that I can experience what you called it.
Again, you know, it's subjective, isn't it? You know, what you might like, somebody else might think's brilliant. No, it
is very subjective because I vaped grape as my whole all-day vape for the longest time. Okay, and here we have. My camera's going to focus. This blue ras from RoboBar. I get the distinct grape flavor out of it. Okay. And to me, it's not enjoyable because I overdid it for months and months and months with grape. I handed this to my wife, who's not a grape fan, and she goes, "Oh, that's a grape Jolly Rancher." I don't get grape Jolly Rancher out of it when I vape it. I get a grape juice that's not too sweet. But she sees it as a grape Jolly Rancher.
You see, it's like, what do you do?
It's very subjective. Everybody's different on what flavors they enjoy, what flavors they can perceive accurately, and what flavors they get that's supposed to be that flavor, but that's not what they experience when they vape it. And then when you knuckle test it, you might get a completely different flavor than what you perceive when you're vaping it.
I think sometimes the expectation on the name of the juice as well, you know, if you're going to say, oh, this is a, you know, just say, for example, a custard, you know, a cream custard, say, for example, right? To me, I would expect a nice creamy custard, but then when you get the other side of it where it's a bit of vanilla custard, then you're like, hang on a minute, you know,
you get put off by it.
The title of the juice doesn't give, you know, it's not what it says on the tin, so to speak, you know what I mean? And that's what kind of, I mean, grape, I've never been a fan of it, and I've had a couple of grapes that have been so-so, but they haven't been what I would expect the name on the label said, if you know what I mean.
I'm going to throw you in a bottle of my Purple Rain. I've got like a dozen of them that I bought when they were going out of business, right? It's 0 milligram. You'll have to nick it up yourself. Just curious to see what you think of it.
Purple Rain. What company done that? I quit on Purple Rain. V-Juice Purple Rain. That's what my go-to juice was when I quit. V-Juice Purple Rain.
And mine was Salty Man.
Yeah.
And something else, and let's just throw this together just for shits and giggles. We're going to create a recipe because I know Christmas is right down the thing, right down the thing.
Oh, don't talk about that. Don't talk about Christmas yet, man. Come on. It's less than 100 days away, apparently. Oh, no. Already?
Listen, it's 3 months to Christmas Eve. No. 3 months to the day after Christmas today.
Oh, my God. That close.
I'm just going to go with a very simple recipe right here. 60 mil. Make it a 3. Liquid Barnes, white chocolate peppermint, 12%. Add flavor.
Sorry, quick change of fucking audio input. Sorry, mate, I can't hear what you're saying yet. 2 shakes.
There you go.
There you go. The batteries is dying very quickly on this headset for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I feel bad that I picked one that wasn't that fantastic.
No, it's okay, mate. Just fucking hell, it lasts a good part of the show. I'm not complaining. You know what I mean? It's all right.
All right, so this is how quick the recipe came together.
Wow. Super sweet white chocolate peppermint. Ooh.
This is to show that you don't have to have a complex recipe to have an enjoyable DIY e-liquid.
That's pretty a single flavor, isn't it?
Single flavor. Because the single flavor isn't actually single flavor.
Super sweet's going to bring that out, isn't it? Yeah, I see where you're going. I see where you're going with that.
And the thing is, you could bump that super sweet up to 2% if you want it to be more like actually white chocolate peppermint bark from Christmas.
Got yeah.
So there's a simple recipe. We're going to take our Liquid Barn white chocolate peppermint, and it says right on the bottle, 12% is the recommended percentage for this single flavor.
Wow.
Okay. So 7.2 grams of this.
Did you know, use information? I've never ever used the left ear over that headphone set.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I use the right one all the time, and that's it.
Because I'm about 90% deaf in my left ear, so there's no point in putting anything in my left ear. If I just sat there with my left ear in, I'd be going, eh? What? What'd you say? Weird, isn't it?
And I'm curious, is anybody else like me when it comes to single flavor recipes like this that are simple, basically one shots? I don't get meticulous about getting exactly the right amount.
Well, no, you didn't have to, really, do you?
No. The only thing you need to be meticulous about is your secret sauce.
Yeah. I know I need to stock up. I'm running low on PG and I'm running low on my secret sauce, so I need to have a little look about and get some stock.
Listen, I got an email from Nick River that they're back to selling VG and PG. And you can pick up a 2.5 gallon bottle of VG for $24.
Bloody hell.
I paid $29 on Amazon for a 1 gallon bottle of it.
Holy moly.
And there's even more expensive ones. The average price for vegetable glycerin on Amazon is like $35 right now.
They are a bit pricey, Amazon. I've noticed that lately. But
that's because most of it isn't actually sold by Amazon.
I think they're having another Amazon deal on shortly next month, and it's going to run for a week. You know that sale stuff they do?
Mm-hmm. October 10th and 11th here in the States.
I think it's going to run for a week over in the UK. So that's going to be a busy time for us.
PG 8.7. And something I noticed with Liquid Barn's flavors, if you really want those flavors, you can't go to a Max VG.
While you finish that, I need a quick wee of 2 shakes.
So 53 grams of vegetable glycerin, and this is done. Close enough. And that smells fantastic. Just like that, recipe is done. All that's missing is a label. And me not dropping it. So we'll open this up, open up our template. Print. Done. Fantastic recipe. So simple to throw together. It's not going to be a Kris Kringle e-liquid like I've bought before for Christmas, but it is close enough by itself as a single flavor recipe that I know I'm going to thoroughly enjoy this white chocolate peppermint. It's a little piece of peppermint bark without the fancy schmanciness of it.
Oh, my apologies. When you gotta go, you gotta fucking go, haven't you? Jesus.
No worries, mate.
Right. So you made that single flavor recipe up, yeah?
Done.
Wow.
That's how quick you can throw together some e-liquid to get you through. Doesn't need to be fancy. It doesn't need to be 100% specific. Anybody can get into DIY. All you gotta do is want it.
Well, like you say, that's why the one shots are popular. You know, you just bump flavor, add your VG, PG, your secret sauce, bang, where you go.
And realistically, any flavor that you have out there by a flavoring company can be done as a one shot. Might have to put a little more sweetener in than you're normally accustomed to, but you will get the flavor on that flavoring as your vape. So if you want something simple as a fruit, like an apple, you want an apple juice? Well, get an apple and throw a bunch of sweetener in it, some PGVG, secret sauce, and you're good to go. You got apple juice. Is it going to be like a real apple juice? No, it's not going to have nuances in the flavorings. It's just going to be a singular apple flavored vape juice.
Exactly.
But I know people that go out there and they buy commercial e-liquid, and they will take this and they'll buy a bunch of 120 ml bottles and they'll dump this in to 1, 2, sometimes 3 different bottles, and then just top it off with VG, and they're literally vaping 25% of the strength of this commercial e-liquid every day, and that's what they get accustomed to because they're just trying to save money.
I'll tell you what I've done lately as a habit. If I get a commercial, I've added super sweet to commercial liquids.
Yeah, because some of them are out there and they got a bad rap for being too sweet, so they cut back on their sweetness.
Yeah. I mean, the guy at work, I think I showed you last week, he gave us that. It's supposed to be caramel custard. I put 2 drops of sweet in that, and wow.
And it wakes up the caramel, and it wakes up the custard, and it takes the custard from being just this vanilla-y cream kind of flavor to an actual custard that you would eat.
I'll tell you what it done. You know how some caramels are a bit bitter?
Mm-hmm.
It just made that sauce. It took that bitterness away. And it's just, I mean, it is a very sweet juice to start with, but it smoothed out the caramel to a nice, like a nice creamy toffee. It was kind of that kind of flavor rather than.
You know how you can improve that e-liquid?
Yeah. Whipped cream. Ooh.
Nevin was the one that pushed this to 14%. And ever since he did that, yeah, we made one of his recipes was at 14% SSA whipped cream.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm like, listen, if it works that good there, I could throw this in at 5% on any recipe and add a creamy flavor to it. I'm just like, I need to get me a 60 ml bottle of this because I'm just plowing through it. It's just become like an easy accent for any flavor that is out there.
Like I say, just a couple of drops. I was 2 drops, 3 drops of push. A super sweet and that, and it's a total different juice. Totally different.
Oh,
by
yeah.
a mile. And better.
And you can get some very simple recipes too. You see this one? Waffle with butter, right? What goes with waffle, a buttered waffle?
Oh.
Whipped cream. And you want to take it to another next level? Get some TFA strawberry and some ripe and some sweet strawberry. Now you've got strawberries over top of waffles with whipped cream.
I'm taking that sweet waffles like you guys in the US, not savory waffles like I was a potato waffles, you see.
Yeah. Getting into DIY is actually a lot simpler than most people make it out to be. You have to keep your expectations realistic, and you have to be willing to step outside of what the traditional norm is. Like Dusty pointed out, he has his sweetness between 1% and 2%. And you have a lot of people out there advocating for DIY that go, it should never be over 1%.
I think
it becomes a coil killer over 1%. No, it's not necessarily true.
I think it's one of them ones where you kind of like got to think outside the box sometimes.
Just be willing to experiment. That's all.
Yeah.
Try it once as a 10 mil or 15 mil bottle. What's the worst that can happen? You have to wash the bottle out and try again? Who cares?
Oh, well, you can see it. The vast, for what you get for your money, you've got plenty there. So, I mean, 10 mil is going to be nothing if you've got to throw it out.
Listen, I'm going to reach out to Hippie Vapes and see if he'll come on the show with us. I don't know what his schedule's like during the days when we're on.
Hippie Vapes. Where does he belong? What
He's
part of the world is he in?
Louisiana, I believe.
So he's American, so it's not too bad in time zones, yeah.
Yeah, we've watched Hippie Vapes on here before. You'll recognize them.
I kind of remember him. I just couldn't remember what part of the world he was from. I know he was US.
Mate, I know you know him.
But even the US, you
had some surgery or something.
Yeah. I know that fella. Yeah, I know who he is. But that's what I'm saying. The time zones, even in America, you've got fucking time zones, haven't you? Just out of curiosity, sir, our clocks are due to go back shortly. When's your fucking
November?
Time ending? November. Right.
When's yours end?
I think it's October. Is it October? I think I was changed October. Fuck me, a quarters on that one. Well, actually,
they've been talking about this for years about doing it. November 5th, ours change.
I think we're before you.
Google says it's October 30th.
Yeah, October.
No,
I thought
October
it was
29th.
Yeah, October. I knew it was around October because I've noticed, like you say, your summer times before ours. Obviously, that time when I missed you, I was like, fucking hell, it's summertime over there. What the fuck?
Yeah, so October 30th, yours changes. So next month,
October-ish.
right before Halloween.
You're like, yeah, and you're like a
And
week
ours
later,
is
you're
the
like
week
November.
after. It's November
Yeah,
5th.
there's a week between us and that. That's right. So when that happens, it'll be dark here and fucking daylight where you are. I think we should just have English summertime all year. It's great. Light nights. Why this dark bullshit? You know what I mean? Why do we need to do this crap?
Alrighty then.
Yeah, I know.
This recipe sucks.
Yeah. No punches, do we? Right.
I'm telling you, we need to get him on the show. I think it'd be a hoot.
Definitely.
No more doom and gloom on that episode.
To be honest, like when we were in like backwards, when I was with like Skinner and Bargain Vapes, we used to just pop the word out to various views. You want to come on? You want to come on? You know, you just reach out, don't you? You know,
That was mostly my fault though, because I never had OBS set up to take a third person or a fourth person.
Yeah.
So that's what my goal is going to be over the next 2 weeks, is to try and get it set up so, you know, we can get multiple people on. I'm trying to create it so it's a modular thing, so it automatically will, you know, adapt based upon how many people are there.
Yeah.
And the other thing I realized today is I've been using Chrome to do our shows for the news. I'm not going to switch that over to use Microsoft's thing because that's what you and I use. And I'm going to try next week using a different browser for you and I.
Okay.
And then see if we have a problem with our video stream if I'm using Bing for our news and advocacy shit.
I mean, I use Google for us, for Ninja, and I use Bing to watch the YouTube stream. So I've got Bing on my other monitor, and on this one it's all Google. And Ninja through Google. That's kind of where I'm at.
News
Come
just
on, what are you
in.
doing?
According to
What are you
Hunky Vape, Microsoft isn't trying to monopolize everything on the computer. Now back to your regularly scheduled content of Mixin and Chillin.
Yeah.
They're not trying to monopolize everything computer related.
Vaping is better than smoking.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Listen, you all are free to use these commands anytime you want.
Have you made it thingy? Because like I was still haven't bothered with it, one. We'll have to check it out after the show. The chat's working fine. That's spot on.
Wow, that got loud.
Give it a look now. I'll pull my docs up and I'll go and see if it's working yet.
Mate, how long do you think we've been streaming today?
Whoa, hang on. They are graying out them, so hang on. Try that.
Vaping is better than smoking. Technically, yes. But so what? But so what? Vaping is better than smoking.
And now with great fanfare,
get ready to meet someone special. Check it out. Motivation and inspiration, just as good as pineapple on pizza.
Congratulations.
You scream, we scream, we all scream for...
it's the Vapin' Heat on Mixin' and Chillin' with Hunky Vape. You know, they can't hear you when the bumper's playing because there's no microphone in that scene.
I'm not boastful, bro. I'm sorry.
And now with great fanfare,
get ready to meet someone special. Check it out. Motivation and inspiration, just as good as pineapple on pizza.
Congratulations.
You scream, we scream, we all scream for...
it's the Vapin' Heat on Mixin' and Chillin' with Hunky Vape. This is what happens when I give him control of the stream, folks.
I'm not pushing my channel, but I'm not really pushing my channel, folks. But please check this guy.
And now with great fanfare,
get ready to meet someone special. Check it out. Motivation and inspiration, just as good as pineapple on pizza.
Congratulations.
See how he is? I give him control and he gets it all to work 100%.
See, you've made a big fucking mistake. You've massively shot yourself in the foot with that one.
I love it. But I asked you a question earlier. I don't know if you answered. Do you know how long we've been streaming today?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, how long?
4.5 hours, mate.
Wow. That's awesome, man. I'll tell you what, we are the longest streaming live show on the fucking internet. There you go. Fuck everybody else.
And it's time to end the second poll for today. Do you know how to drive a stick shift? 79% of us out there, no, 80% for somebody else votes. 80% of us know how to drive a stick shift. 20% don't.
Yeah. But the next question to that is, do you know how to double clutch?
Yes, I do, sir. I drove a 1949 fire truck. You had to double clutch it, or it wasn't going into gear.
One? Double clutch, do you know that one? Yeah. Clutch into neutral, clutch into gear. Yeah.
Yep. Because it was actually a flywheel brake on the clutch.
Yeah. It was before like the synchro mesh gearbox.
Synchro mesh.
Yeah, it was just double clutch before the synchro mesh gearboxes come along.
Exactly. I miss that old truck.
The only days I drove. I mean, it was before my time, obviously, but I did have the pleasure of driving. What was it? It was a fucking. Who made the game? Oh Christ! It was an old truck. A guy had it. He collected classics, and he had it. And he said, "Do you want to go with it?" And he says, "You know, a double clutch." And I went, "Well, shows." And he shows how to double clutch. And it was like it wasn't a big truck. It was just a small truck. Was it a Hummer? A Hummer truck? It might have been a Hummer truck. Early Hummer truck. But he says, you know. And I was gone. When I first, I was trying to get in. It was fucking nightmare.
Listen, even when you double clutched it, as they got older, the brakes on the sync on the flywheel thing didn't work as well. You had to time it. If you knew the truck, you could do it every time.
Oh yeah. Every truck was individual, depending on the mileage and the wear, wasn't it? You know, just right. We've got 200,000 miles. We'll just give it a little bit more on the double. Right now, we're going get in. Dumper trucks used to be like that on the build side. You had to double clutch them.
Listen, we used to have a competition. It wasn't like an actual competition, but it was kind of a competition that we were doing when we were in the fire trucks. We'd get a call and we'd take the old 49 Mac out and we would bet how many of us could actually get into third gear by the time we hit the railroad tracks. Block and a half away.
It's like some of them you couldn't actually pull away in first. It would just fucking stall. You had to pull away in second. You know what I mean? It was that fucking harsh. Forget about first gear. Don't even worry about that. Just pull away.
First gear was called parade gear because it was that low.
Yeah, it was bad.
If you had a parade that you were in, you could put it in first gear and never touch the brake or the clutch the whole way through the parade.
Just idle along.
As long as you had enough of a lead ahead of you to adjust the throttle,
yeah,
you could stay in the parade and never touch it.
You could just stick your foot. You could just take your foot off all the pedals, just out idle along. You know, it would go. It wouldn't stall. It would just tip along. You know what I mean? It was mint. But
the old snorkel that we had when I first joined the fire company. The one time somebody didn't know what they were frickin' doing, they got in to drive it. I don't know how they got cleared to drive it, not know how to frickin' drive it. It had an old Detroit diesel in there, okay?
Holy shit.
The motherfuckers, when they did it, ran the oil out of the motor because he didn't keep his foot down on the clutch long enough when you started the motor, and he popped it.
Yeah.
Because his foot slid off. When he popped it, the motor ran backwards, and instead of running on diesel fuel, it actually ran on the fucking motor oil.
Oh.
And stalled the truck out a block down the road.
Yeah, they were buggers. Again, it was down to timing. Definitely down to timing. Without a doubt.
Fortunately, there was somebody on the truck that was smart enough to tell him, don't try and start the truck if you just used up all the motor oil. Like, what are you talking about? Go check. Sure as shit, he pulled a dipstick. He's like, there's no oil in it. He's like, yeah, you ran the block down the road on the motor oil in the engine instead of on the fuel that you're supposed to run it.
Yep.
How'd that happen?
The oil's now hanging out the back end of the truck, man.
Those Detroit diesels were built so well that it would literally run backwards.
Yeah. And they were built well in them days, weren't you? You know what I mean? Them old diesels. And now they were a pain in the arse, but they ran forever, didn't they? They just went.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Dusty learned how to double clutch at 18.
18-year-old. I'll tell you what I discovered the other day. I'll tell you what I was fucking blown away by this, right? Honestly. It was when I was at work. I was doing delivery. And this guy was out. He was cleaning his car and he had his garage door open. And he had this contraption, right? Near kids, right? It looked like a fucking space shuttle, right? I'm thinking, what the fuck's that? So you stand there, like, give me his part. I said, what the hell is that on your garage, like? So it's a rally car simulator. I went, fuck off. I went, yeah. And, I mean, this thing was state of the art. It had all the fucking hydraulics and everything. And you see, it's literally like sitting in a fucking rally car. I went, bullshit. He went, all right. I said, if you don't mind us asking, what's something like that cost? 50 grand. Simulator.
Holy cow.
50. It's that advanced. Honestly, it's like a fucking pod. It looks like, if you like imagine the typical
aircraft simulators they use to train pilots.
Yeah, like that. But it was shaped like, that fucking NASA's just brought that fucking spaceship back down and took samples of a meteorite. It was literally the same shape as out of the top. That's the bit you sat in. But everything was on fucking hydraulic fucking rams. And it must have stood about fucking 10 feet high by at least an 8-foot radius on it. And it was sitting in these fucking garages. I thought, what the fuck does this do to buy that? I said, 50 grand.
What the hell kind of garage does he have that he can put a 3 meter high freaking
it's just
rally car thing in?
That's just your standard size garage here. Wait, it was slightly bigger than a single garage. See, garage and a half, for a single car over here. But that's within the garage. There was nothing, absolutely fuck all else in it, bar this machine. I'm thinking, use a garage for your car. He said, well, I've got my carts in there, and fucking hell. I mean, I've never seen him moving now, but I'm gonna like ease me way in with him because he's a regular pundit, you know. And I'm gonna say, when am I gonna get a go of this fucker? Like, you know what I mean? But 50 grand, I says you could probably start rallying with 50 grand. I says you could actually probably buy a rally car for that, you know what I mean? And start racing. But yeah, 50 grand rally car simulator. He says it. There's no shit. It actually feels like you're in this fucking car. He says you feel like you're driving a fucking car. There's no shit. He says it's that good. He went, all right. I says, well, for 50 grand, I mean, fuck you.
It better be good. Yeah. 50 grand.
Wow. I said, I'm gonna ease me way in, see if I can get a go.
Leo Barry says all of us farm boys learned to drive everything as soon as we could steer. That's the God honest truth there, buddy.
You could when you were living on the farm in them days, couldn't you?
Best thing I ever did was have my daughter drive the riding lawnmower at my mom's house when she was young.
Wow. But you see,
she took to driving like that because of it.
I'm getting onto my daughter now, right? She's got a provisional license, right? It's basically for ID because she doesn't look at age. You know, she's 19. She looks younger than 19, so it's ID. You know, so it's a current form of ID in the UK. But you know, and she wants to learn to drive. Now I've told her, says, get yourself a moped, a little rev and go moped. I says you'll get more road experience driving that for when you drive a car. I says driving's not so much about driving. I said it's a machine. You know, you learn to operate a machine. You know, that's what it is at the end of the day. It's a machine. You learn that like that. But I says at the end of the day, it's all about road sense and, you know, signs, bullshit, all that crap. I say it's road sense and common sense. And I says you'll get that riding a moped.
Yeah.
And that'll get you on the road. No, I'll look.
Plus, getting in the way of thinking that you need to be aware of what other drivers are going to do.
Exactly. That's exactly. I mean, my wife, when she had one, it was just a rev and go, little moped, and she got it all over. I tell you, the experience she gained from it was unbelievable. Because in the UK, it's also like a steep learning curve because car drivers have got so much fucking disrespect for people on motorbikes. It's so fucking believable. So you've got to have eyes at the back of your head. And I say in that sense, it's a steep learning curve because you're more aware of what's going on around you. You know what I mean? And it helps you with your car driving. But nah, I'm not kind of one of them. If I look like stupid, I went beat on your own head. I'll tell you what,
here's a question for you. How many girls did you end up becoming friends with or hook up with because you helped them learn how to drive stick shift?
None, except my wife. I've taught my wife to drive.
Nobody had any interest in learning how to drive stick shift?
No. I mean, I've always drove manual anyway. I mean, my driving test, because in the UK you can take a driving test as a manual driver. So when you take it as a manual driver, you can drive either. You can drive a manual or an auto. But if you take a driving test,
Dusty.
But if you take a driving test in auto, you can't drive a manual. It's weird. But for that talk, well, that's in the manual. She took a test in the manual, and honestly, it's brilliant. She's a fantastic driver.
It's all about timing, I suppose. But there's half a dozen people that I became friends with because I showed them how to drive a stick shift. I had a brand new 89 Escort GT. It was a manual. I ordered straight from the factory that way. And there's so many people that says, oh, I don't know how to drive, but I've always wanted to learn. I'm like, let's go. It's not that hard. Let's go. We'll go right down the road. Nobody drives that road. Very simple. I'll show you how to do it.
At the end of the day, the car's a machine. You learn how to use a machine, but it's I've always said it's road sense, and we all know a lot of people haven't fucking got that, you know, in this day and age. They're fucking idiots. But that's the key for driving is road sense. Be aware of what's going on around you, and just drive according to the conditions. You know how to drive safely. You know, just simple as that. You're going to get an arsehole that's going to cut you up. You're going to get an arsehole that's tailgating you. Blank them out. Ignore the fuckers. If they want to get past you, they'll fucking overtake you. End of. No, fuck them.
And you're going to get your Sunday drivers.
Yeah.
The people that don't know how to drive and drive like they're scared of everything.
You know, we'll get them when it's raining. When it's wet, when it's raining in the UK, people just drop down to 20 mile an hour. Oh, fuck, it's raining. What do I do? Turn your wipers on. It might help.
Turn your headlights on, turn your wipers on, and go.
Yeah.
Unless you're driving on slicks, you got nothing to worry about.
Yeah. This day it's modern tires. Come on, man. Fuck me. You know what I mean? You just find the people. I'll tell you what the big thing is here is people don't read the road. Terrible for reading the road, especially when you've got you've got painted signage on your road. You know what I mean? Like, you know, a roundabout, you'll have a sign, come to a sign, you'll have an arrow to turn left, you'll have an arrow to go straight ahead. You get people that go on the arrow that turn left, and all of a sudden they say, fuck it, I want to go straight ahead. You know what I mean? Read the road. Read the fucking road. You know what I mean? Fuck thick cunts.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes I wonder how some people actually got that fucking driving license. Trust us.
Listen, I've learned it, and the thing is, as time has changed and time has gone on, the people who drive nowadays don't know their ass from a hole in the ground most of the time.
No.
And I refuse to drive in Pittsburgh if I don't have to. I'd rather let my wife drive because she does it every single day. She knows that people are going to be assholes and knows exactly what she's got to do to make sure that she's not in the place where they're about to cut off.
Like I say, I drive for a living now, so I've got a good idea. Like, you know, I have to see fucking dickheads every fucking day, mate. You know what I mean? It's the norm. But, you know, it's just driving is common sense at the end of the day. That's all it is. It's common sense, and people lack it greatly. You know what I mean?
That was one of the best things I loved about being a paramedic is when I'm with the patient, I'm in the back of the truck. The rest of the time, I'm still crew chief, so I was driving.
Oh, wow.
Going to the scene, I drove. To the hospital, I was in the back. As soon as we left the hospital, I was driving again.
I would love to drive a Blues and Twos vehicle. Everything just moving out your way might be fucking great. And I would love to do that.
No, people are assholes. Let me tell you, there was dozens of times I was going to a call. I worked for the hospital for the paramedic response truck because a lot of the ambulances around here are volunteer. So they only have EMTs. Because, you know, nobody wants to volunteer to go to paramedic school and then run volunteer on an ambulance, right?
Yeah.
So they call the paramedic truck out, and we'd have to drive 15, 20 miles to get to wherever they're at with the patient, hook up with them, and then ride in the truck to the hospital.
Yeah.
One of them would drive our truck to the hospital, then we'd have to drive back into our service area. But there were dozens of times I was going down, you know, a state road, and I go to pass a car, and they pull over to the left. What are you doing? You pull over to the right, not the left, you bonehead.
I think, to be honest, we were pretty good when it comes to emergency vehicles. You know, if say you see the traffic lights, whatever, people will try and jump the curb, get out the fucking way for them. You know, people, they're generally good with that when it comes to emergency vehicles. Like, we're pretty good with that because we appreciate, you know, somebody's life's in danger. You know what I mean? You know, you've got to fucking do what you do. You know, to help them get there.
I really enjoyed that job. I covered 4 counties, and there were plenty of times where I'd hear an ambulance getting dispatched to a call. I'd know where the call was because I also worked for that volunteer, you know, fire department ambulance service on the weekends when I wasn't at the hospital. And I know because of where they were responding, 90% of the patients there go to a hospital that's the other direction.
Yeah.
So when I got called from the paramedic truck, I didn't go to that city. I went through another city across a different way and started heading out towards that country, that area. Because there were plenty of times where 911 would try and cancel me and say, oh, well, they're headed to Forbes, so you don't need to go that way. You're never going to catch them, so we're canceling you and dispatching the paramedic truck from that hospital they're going to. And I got on the radio and says, no, I'm 5 minutes away from them. You're not canceling me. There's no way that truck can get there in 20 minutes when I can be there with them in 5. Because I went a different way, knowing exactly what was going to happen.
Well, that's it. It's knowledge in it. It's knowledge in the roads, isn't it? It's,
Yeah, and then eventually the dispatchers get to know who you are by your voice on the radio, and they'll accommodate what you do compared to what other people would do.
Funny enough, I had a little bit of a run-in with an ambulance like last week. I was parked on a hill, but I was in an electric van, and this ambulance had come down the back road. These blues and twos were going. I heard him. I thought, fuck, right, you know, because I was kind of like blocking the exit. So I'm sitting there, fuck, jumps in the fucking van, and he come around, he stopped, and he went, I've got a cardiac arrest, so I'm just putting you and roll it. And I said, it's an electric van, mate. I fucking can't roll it. I've got to fucking start it and put it in fucking reverse. You know what I mean? So the pressure was on for us to get out of his way, but you know, it was just one of them things. I said, look, mate, it doesn't roll. It's an electric van, you know. It hasn't got a neutral as such.
Listen, I'm going to tell you right now, straight up, out of the hundreds and hundreds of calls I ran while I was a paramedic, there was probably only, maybe a dozen times that it was truly life or death, whether you made it to the hospital in time or not.
Yeah.
The rest of the time, it was just operating procedure to run lights and siren for this type of a call.
Yeah. But the ambulance came in weird way because it was like a back road and like out of wasn't the main road, and you're like, where the fuck did you come from? You know what I mean? It's like, you don't normally go down these roads.
Because you have no idea where they were 5 minutes before they got the call.
Oh, this is it. It was weird. But, I got over the way. I must have had about, 30 seconds on this fucking time, if that.
My first night on the paramedic truck, I drove 186 miles and transported 0.
Really?
I would get dispatched to assist them. I'd go out there, and either it was like a basic life support call that I wasn't actually needed, or I would get canceled before I actually got there because they had somebody show up to, make their truck ALS or whatever.
It's a bit of a waste of a resource when you think about it, isn't it? You know what I mean? When somebody's near.
Well, nowadays, with the way technology is, they don't dispatch you based on your station. They dispatch you based upon where you actually are. So if you're on your way back from a hospital, you might get called to a patient in a town you normally never have been to. But they don't worry about it. You got Google Maps to get you there.
It's somewhere that's close to where you are. Like you see,
you're 4 minutes away. Meanwhile, the ambulance that covers that area is 20 minutes away.
Yeah, that guy can kind of get that. That's kind of where we are now. The thing is, I mean, your daughter was very poorly the other week with stomach problems, so she was doubled up. So we didn't ring 999, we rang the 111 HS service and say, yeah, you need an ambulance, right? Or okay, get the ambulance. They booked the ambulance, and like they rang about 10 minutes later and says, look, the ambulance is going to be 3 hours. Can you take it yourself? So ourselves, you know what I mean? So it's just fair because the hospital's 5 minutes from us. We live literally right next to a hospital, so
yeah.
I can kind of say, I said, that's what we're going to do originally. I said, we'll just rang you for a bit of advice. If she needs to go to hospital, right, we'll take her. Just call the ambulance down. It's a waste of time, you know what I mean? And they did, it's the NHS, yes, it's on its knees, man. There's no resources at all. It's fucked. Absolutely fucked.
Listen, I think a lot of that boils down to the fact that they've stripped the resources as bare as they can. And there's plenty of corporate profiteers out there that keep shining lights on all the failures because they know that if the NHS collapses, that they're the ones that are going to be running the show on a for-profit system like we have here.
The thing with the NHS is that it's gone to more... It's government fault, don't get us wrong. It's not the NHS people, honestly. You can't praise them enough, doctors, nurses, all that shit, out of this fucking world, what they do. We've got doctors, we've got junior doctors on strike now, we've got consultants on strike now, and it's because the current government is fucking absolutely stripped away all the resources to the NHS, and yet, a few months ago with the COVID, the NHS was the fucking best thing since sliced bread. We're doing applause and everything for them. And next minute, they're fucking stripped the fucking bone again. There's a guy doing a report. He says there's more doctors now leaving the NHS to go work abroad than what there is coming in, because it's that fucked up of a system now. Because it's a numbers game. The government have put targets, costs, all that shit in, and patient care's gone out the fucking window. It's a numbers game.
Listen,
now.
everything in the United States is all for profit, and that's all they worry about is profit. And it's just as shitty here.
Yeah.
Don't let people tell you that, oh, we've got the greatest healthcare system in the world. Bullshit. We've got the highest mortality rate out of any country in the planet. And we spend more on healthcare costs than any other country on the planet. There's got to be a happy medium somewhere between.
Yeah, it's a money-making thing, isn't it? You know, but like you see, you've got to have private. I mean, we were NHS. You can get it wrong. It's not free. We pay, what taxes go towards it. But it's a total different kettle of fish. By you guys, you've got to have an insurance, for fuck's sake. You know what I mean? And your insurance might not cover you for your treatment. You know what I mean?
Meanwhile, you've got national healthcare coverages like in Japan, where if you want to go see a specialist, not just a regular doctor, a specialist, you go to the office and you're seen within an hour. National healthcare can be done right.
Yeah, to get it wrong, the NHS, I mean, Christ, it's a fucking national treasure in the UK. It's been, we were one of the first countries to bring it in. Free healthcare, pretty much. But the current government, they've turned into a facts and figures rather than a patient.
It isn't about it being free healthcare as much as it is affordable healthcare.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, for the classic example, that's why they're bumping all these no smoking campaigns, because because it's government run. That's the thing. That's the difference between a government run and obviously whatever else run, whoever else does. And that's why they're bringing all this fucking shit in about when we're smoking bollocks. And that's why we're kind of, at this moment, technically we're pro-vaping. Obviously, whatever, it costs billions a year for smoking-related deaths, And
you know how easy that would be to implement a national healthcare system in the United States? All you'd have to do is, number one, drop the age requirement for Medicare so that there is no age requirement for Medicare. That's number one. Number two, you have to offer people the option to buy the government healthcare at Medicare package so that it competes with the rest of the insurance companies. You want to get healthcare costs underway? That's how you do it.
The way it works here is obviously we'll pay taxes, but we've got a thing called national insurance contributions, which also pays towards that, and it also pays towards your retirement. So, it's NI, what we call national insurance. But you've got national insurance and your tax. It comes out your salary rather than you paying an insurance policy. So it is a tax. At the end of the day, it's a tax, but it's a tax worth paying, because you can get that health care. And it's no bonds, whether you're rich, poor, black, white, whatever. It doesn't matter who you are, you get that fucking health care, regardless, because you're paying it out of your salary. Or if you're on welfare, the welfare pays that for you as part of your welfare.
And here's how you make the American system work, okay? Because if you just did that, it would still fail. In order for it to work, you need to remove the restrictions on the government to find the cheapest price for whatever it is that you need in healthcare.
Right.
Let's say you need a certain drug for your blood pressure, right? The government should be able to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies to find the cheapest price for that blood pressure pill. Because right now, perfect example is insulin for diabetics. It costs them $5 to make a vial of insulin that they sell for over $1,000 here in the States.
Yeah.
Because they're not allowed to negotiate the price of drugs. People drive to Canada, buy their insulin there, and then drive home once a year so they can afford their insulin.
That's kind of where it is, because your healthcare system is kind of like our private healthcare system, where we will pay to get whatever we need to be done, like whatever procedures, medical treatment. So we've got the national health, but we've also got a private healthcare system, which is similar to the US, but obviously there's no insurance. You just kind of pay for that, whatever you want to get. You know what I mean? Just like
and in the United States, they're like, oh, well, what about the insurance companies? All those people will be out of work. No, they won't. Medicare only covers 80%. Now your employer can offer everybody that 20% insurance coverage at a reasonable price if 80% of it was covered by the government, and the government can negotiate the price of that 80%.
That's kind of where we are, UK. Like I say, it comes out your salary, comes out your wages as part of your taxes. So you don't see it, you don't miss it, and yet still paying for whatever.
You know who would lose the biggest amount of money? All these rich freaking CEOs of these corporations that are pocketing more money every minute than we make in a whole year.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Plus the big pharmaceutical companies over there, I mean, they're making money and it just costs money, so.
There's simple solutions, but it won't happen because there's too many people in charge that are on the take.
Well, it's a money-making racket, that's all it's about, making money. No, but don't give a fuck about patient care, If you die, you die. Fuck, so what? You're another statistic. That's it.
Yeah. Well, sir, it's coming on 10 p.m. for you, so I think it's time for us to wrap it up. Another 5-hour stream for us today. I think we had a lot of fun sitting here doing this Steam Craver Rotomizer Plus V3. It's a fantastic tank that's now going to be in my rotation. We did a wonderful random recipe. We made 2 of those, as a matter of fact. Covered the new science and advocacy, and just all around had a good time, I think.
We've done well. We've covered everything we need to cover. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing being missed out.
Fantastic.
I would like a video like last week, because that was fucking hilarious. You need to find one more there, because that was fucking hilarious.
I was looking for one this week, but it took me 22 pages just to find some real news.
That's what I'm saying. You need to find another one of them, because that was fucking hilarious.
It just shoots it in your lungs.
You just can't help but laugh at some.
They got these massive orifices on these vapes now. It shoots it in your lungs. All right, folks. Peace, love, and a hunky vapes. My wish to you. I hope you guys have a fantastic week, and see you same time, same place next week.
Again, boys and girls, thank you to everybody in chat. As always, you make the show absolutely lovely bits. Please, 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 if you can, remember to hit that like button. It does help the old algorithm, as we say. And as always, guys, you guys have a fantastic week. We'll see you same time, same place next week. And as always, guys, stay safe, vape safe, and we'll see you very soon. You take care, boys and girls. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.